This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, looking at these markets right here, holding on to the gains. S&P 500 up 0.4%. The Nasdaq up at 0.4 as well. The Russell, the small cappers, up 2.2%. So again, I'll call out the higher than average volume as well. So there is some conviction out there in this morning trading. Yields come in sharply. The 10-year Treasury is down 9 basis points, 3.92%. That is the low of the day. And recall, October 19th, the 10-year Treasury was at 5%. So a big, big move in yields. A little bit of a bounce back here in oil. WTI crude oil up about 3.5%. We're now just below $72 per barrel. And Bitcoin's off 1.3%. Still holding above $42,000 per token for Bitcoin. Let's head down to Washington, D.C. right now. Get the world and national news with Amy Morris.
All right, thank you, Paul. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is in Tel Aviv. He's meeting with Israeli officials as tensions between the U.S. and Israel have reached new highs. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had pushed back against criticism of his country's war against Hamas, saying that they will continue fighting until Israel reaches victory. The U.S. is also working with allies to create a multinational effort to protect ships passing through the Red Sea. More from Washington and Bloomberg's Steve Potus.
It's an effort to stem a surge in attacks by Houthi fighters that has provoked unease about commercial trade passing through one of the world's most vital waterways. An announcement could come any day following weeks of consultations about the violence, which began after Hamas militants attacked Israel on October 7th. The Houthis are based in Yemen and backed by Iran. Deputy Defense Secretary Kathleen Hicks tells Bloomberg this is going to take an international solution. Steve Potus, Bloomberg Radio.
House Republicans have threatened the Food and Drug Administration with a subpoena as they intensify scrutiny of the agency's efforts to deal with quality control for drugs that are made in India and China. The letter from lawmakers cites a Bloomberg report showing the FDA abruptly ended a program of unannounced inspections in India and reports of FDA efforts to undermine the Defense Department's bid to examine drug quality through independent testing. Flags across Connecticut are at half-staff today, marking the 11th anniversary of the Sandy Hook School massacre. It was on this date in 2012 that Adam Lanza shot and killed 20 children 6 through 8 years old, plus 6 educators at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown. Most of those children who survived are now high school seniors. Public schools in Newtown are operating on a 3-hour delay today. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg. Paul and Molly.
Amy Morris, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Molly, crazy story. We've been talking about these GLP-1s, these weight loss drugs. It's been a huge, huge story, not just in healthcare, but across the market in general. There's a CNN story that just kind of blows me away. Poison centers see nearly 1,500% increase in calls related to injected weight loss drugs as possible as people accidentally overdose. So poison control centers across the U.S. say they're seeing a steep increase in calls related to semaglutide, an injected medication used for diabetes and weight loss, with some people reporting symptoms related to the accidental overdoses. Some have even needed to be hospitalized for severe nausea, vomiting, and stomach pain. This is terrible, but their cases seem to have revolved after they were given intravenous fluids and medications to control nausea.
Jeez, I mean, I was just saying, but when we were reading this story before, but remember John and I on a different radio show on Monday saw that there was a woman who is, I believe she is suing Novo Nordisk because of the extreme vomiting that she endured while on Ozempic for about a year and lost her teeth because of that. So,
I don't know.
Some of these side effects are just, I think we're going to obviously just start hearing more of it as we more time passes with these drugs.
Yeah, and from my understanding, the way you inject it is kind of like an EpiPen type of mechanism.
I'm wondering how you then overdose.
Yeah.
Like, do you because that's like a already pre-described portion in there, so I would think you take 2 of them at once.
Maybe. I don't know, maybe. So hopefully we'll learn more about this going forward, but it's going to be a big issue as more and more of these drugs become available in the marketplace. And I always feel like once you come out with a pill format that really works, and whether that's going to be
more overdose risk there for sure.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll stay on top of that story because it's certainly big in the space of healthcare. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
Why were the economists so wrong? What are the economists getting wrong?
Isn't this a slam dunk time to buy U.S. Treasuries?
Soft landing, hard landing, no landing. I don't know. True. What the heck does that mean? I don't know.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
We're going to be in an environment with higher rates for longer.
This 5-day in-office work week is effectively dead.
It's definitely a good sign that we're not ready to land this economy just yet.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, some more informed discussion. We think Neil Grossman, he's a former CIO, founder of TNKG Capital. He's going to join us in studio to break down what we're hearing from central bankers around the world, particularly Fed Chairman Jay Powell. We've been dovish yesterday, and we've seen that big reaction in the markets. Then Young Yu Ma, CIO at BMO Wealth Management, joins us to discuss the possibility of a soft landing in the U.S., so we'll get the economic call there. And then Max Abelson, Bloomberg News reporter, he's going to join us to discuss his latest Business Week episode on Bloomberg Originals. He's got a lot of great reporting. It comes out Thursday nights, tonight, 10:30 p.m. Wall Street on Bloomberg television, so tune in for that. We'll talk to Max, get a little preview there. But first, let's go to John Tucker, kick this thing off with a little bit of business flash.
All right, thanks, guys. Stocks attempting a sixth straight day of gains. The Dow closing Wednesday at a record. It's adding to those gains in today's session. Investors also digesting the fresh economic data. Stronger than expected retail sales. A drop in initial jobless claims. Got that this morning. So that reinforces the idea of a soft landing and comes after the dovish Fed meeting yesterday with a pivot from rate hikes to rate cuts next year. Stephanie Roth, the chief economist for Wolfe Research, says the Fed has given her more confidence in her optimistic outlook.
I've been calling for a softish landing. Now I think I just have more conviction in that. The fact that they can cut rates even sooner than our base case. Our base case was Q3 of next year heading into yesterday. We've pushed that up to Q2. And that just makes the runway even that much wider for the soft landing to happen.
All right, here's where we stand. The Dow up 112 points, continuing its record climb, 37,205. The S&P 500, 19 points higher right now. That's at 4725. The NASDAQ 100 on track, at least right now. It's been bouncing up 24 points, up 0.2% at 16,588. So if it stays there, that would close at a record. And some of the real action also, smaller mid-cap stocks, the Russell 2000, that's a rise of 2.3%. And then I think I'm going to steal some of your thunder, but I'll do Moderna real quick because that's a standout. That is up about to 12%. Apple adding to its record close yesterday, right now up another 0.4%. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. John Tucker, that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Molly and Paul.
John Tucker, thank you so much. Molly Smith, Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com. Search Bloomberg Global Radios. John's just reporting gains across the board here for the stocks. I'm looking at the volume here. You can do that with the WEI function on the Bloomberg terminal. The S&P volume 77% above the 30-day average at this point of the day. NASDAQ up 90% over the 30-day average. So a lot of buying here this morning in the marketplace. Let's see where the action is under the hood. We do that with one Jess Menton. She covers the markets for Bloomberg News, and she's here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Jess, what are you looking at?
Well, we talk so much about the rally broadening out. Something that I like to look at, VXF is an ETF that tracks stocks that are not in the S&P 500. So you do have some large caps in there, but also mid caps and small caps. Up 2% today, so VXF is the ticker symbol on this. Also, if you go back to where it hit a low at the end of October, up almost 20%. So this sort of coordinates with a lot of the things we've been talking about, more breadth in the market there. When it comes to some of these individual movers, though, Foot Locker, ticker symbol FL, up 7%, so on pace for its best day since December 1st. So that did come after it was, especially looking over at Piper Sandler's, so talking about how margin expansion opportunity is coming for that stock in 2024. And so we did see, and I know Molly covers when it comes to the retail sales numbers coming out this morning. A little stronger than expected for the month of November, especially as those gasoline prices were falling. So when you're looking at some of these retail stocks here, getting a bit of a boon there. But have to mention, we just saw the Dow yesterday close at a record. If you look at the NASDAQ 100, it actually is on pace to also, if it can continue to hold these gains through today, also on pace to close at a record today as well. And then if you look at the S&P 500, up about 1% away from an all-time high. So the last time the NASDAQ 100 hit a record was, of course, in November of 2021. Also the same month when Fed Chair Jerome Powell dropped transitory and sort of ditched that when he was on Capitol Hill. Right, what a time that was. That was also when the Russell 2000 had peaked out. And then, of course, the Dow before this had last hit a record in early January of 2022, as well as the S&P 500. So, waiting to see if the Nasdaq 100 can join.
I'm looking at the S&P equal weighted index, SPW.
Yes.
It's now up 11% year to date.
It is.
That's been a big move just in the past 4, 5, 6 weeks because it was kind of flattish.
And
really
people were
lacking.
concerned about that back in May and June. There was a discussion about, of course, that stellar first half for the Magnificent Seven stocks, especially the NASDAQ 100. That was the best first half it had posted in probably a couple decades since the turn of the millennium. So the debate over whether or not this was going to broaden out, you're starting to see that, especially with the Russell 2000, not just this month, but heading well into back in November too. Stellar weeks there. And so usually when people talk about the January effect, usually that's mid-December when you see small caps begin to pick up. But we actually saw that happening a few weeks before when it typically happens. And of course, tax loss harvesting and things like that going into year end. So when you have a lot of the macro off the calendar after we've gotten past the Fed decision, and of course next week the only person that's on the calendar, Raphael Bostic, is there. He's not a voting member this year, but he is going to be a voting member next year. So keep an eye on that for next Tuesday when he speaks.
Yeah, the Russell is up 13% year to date. I got I think the first time in my career I got that old tax loss selling call from my financial advisor last year.
Really?
I think the first time.
Ah.
I have not gotten it this year.
Okay.
Which is good. It's like, hey, Paul, we need to do a little work here.
Yeah.
Year-end. And I was like, where did this come from, dude? I thought it was all in municipal bonds. But,
And everybody likes to talk about the Santa Claus rally period, but that's actually Jeff Hirsch over at the Stock Traders Almanac. His father coined that term, but it's actually technically the last 5 trading days of the year, the first 2 of the new year. So it would technically start next Friday on December 22nd. So that's something I'm keeping an eye on too, because usually he looks at it as if things follow patterns, that's a good sign, but when things buck the trend, that's when there could be a concern. But I don't know, things have been firing on all cylinders here for the market.
The last week in December, Carol Master and I will be holding down Bloomberg.
Really? I love that.
Exactly.
Two legends.
I will not be tuning in, but I will be.
Not
that's
because you're
right.
not a fan, because you're going
Just
to
going on vacation.
where?
Antarctica.
Why?
That's amazing.
Why not?
There's no beach. There's no golf. There's no. What are you doing down there?
Is that the only sign of a good vacation to
Yes,
you?
exactly.
Sweetie
That's
only
what I
likes
like,
the
Paul.
compound, being at the beach in
Coming
Jersey.
back with a suntan. So, what does one do in Antarctica?
Hang out with some penguins.
I
see
love that.
glaciers.
Oh, you'll have to
The
see his
icebergs.
pictures.
All of it.
Yeah.
Maybe on YouTube.com where we're streaming. I don't know. We'll talk to our producer if we could stream. Maybe I'll do a segment from Antarctica.
Yes,
See
could we
what-
please
Yeah,
see
do
what the
that?
radio
Zoom
signal's
in
like from
and
down
we can
there.
see the penguins.
Got 4 hours to kill. Why not? Jess Minton, thanks so much for joining us. Jess Minton covers all the equities for us. Again, movements in the markets here. We had a Fed that I think, the market reaction took the market by surprise with its
Cheerleaders everywhere.
I don't know,
It is
I
a
guess
good day.
just ripping here. Neil Grossman, he doesn't strike me as a cheerleader, but Neil Grossman's here, former CIO at TNKG Capital, joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Neil, what did you make of yesterday and the reaction in the marketplace?
So, good morning and happy holidays.
To you
I
too.
think that was Christmas.
Yeah.
Couple of things, I guess. Number one, I think what I took away, number one, is under the hood, Mr. Powell may have just told everybody he's changing the definition of what inflation measures they're looking for, raising the target. Because I was amazed. The thing that really was most amazing to me was the fact that he said, we can't wait till we get to 2% to start providing more liquidity because that would be too restrictive.
So is that a different message than?
Well, that means 2% is no longer really your target. And not only that, I know we've talked about the fact that we're now going to have close to 4 years or so of high inflation on an average basis. But he's now, I think what's happened is he's raised the probability that getting to 2% is dropping, and potential for reacceleration is a problem. I mean, look, this whole rally started, I guess, 5-6 weeks ago when he made the comment that the market's doing the work for them. And for about 5%. And interest rates have dropped a full 100 basis points, basically. The stock market's up something like 20% as of yesterday the dollar had been weakening. You had a drop in commodity prices. So everything was, since then, has functionally said we're providing a lot more liquidity in the market. Unemployment or the employment structure is although, yes, it's weakened. This is a very interesting thing in a minute. It's still remarkably strong. So here's an interesting question. After the last employment number, the 12-month trailing average of job creation was still at 235,000 jobs.
Pretty high.
When was the last time that happened?
I'm going to say pre-COVID.
2015 for a short period,
Okay.
and before that 2000. So to add 235,000 jobs a month is an extraordinary rate of job creation in the absence of the fact that it's coming down from what were much higher levels. So the relative strength of the economy, because if you look at a 500,000 a year before, there's a slowing there. But our job creation rate is still extraordinary at a time when more or less maintaining the status quo of unemployment is give or take about 100,000 a month.
Let's just come back for a second to one thing that you had just said. So, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I don't think the expectation was ever that the Fed was going to wait for inflation to get to 2% before they started cutting.
I don't think that they'd ever made any comment. They had a 2% target.
And they
That
still
was all
do,
they
as
did.
far as I know.
I don't
no?
believe that.
Why not?
Because I don't think they're going to get to 2%. And even if they do get close to it, the type of liquidity provisions that will already be in the pipeline are going to be raising the probability that they're not getting there. That's why, right? So if the market, if the Fed's now talking about 3 cuts next year, the market's got, I don't know, was it 6 or 7 over the next? If you're liquefying through the equity market, if you're liquefying through rate cuts, you're already lowering, number one, the price, or raising the probability the prices are not going to fall as fast. Number two, which is sort of he didn't want to talk about yesterday, I guess, we've had a lot of wage settlements in the private sector, but also in the COLA adjustments for retirees. By the way, I'm one now, so I'm going to be getting a lot more. But
Congratulations.
there was an 8.7% increase this year. Every government employee, I believe, and many public, quasi-public people are also inflation adjusted. So those types of wage increases with inflation falling means there's a lot more, potential upward pressure that can be consumption driven through a large part of the economy.
Yeah, and then you're not seeing, like, in general, though, like inflation adjusted earnings as a whole, ripping that much higher. I mean, it's now been positive for the last 6 months, but we're negative for 2 years.
Well, I'm not sure how negative they were. I guess, first of all, you had what might be negative in a direct payment, but you have to add in the type of money the government was giving to people in the alternative. And also, for example, which is on the other side now, but telling people they don't have to pay their mortgages. There was a lot of student loans,
yeah.
Structural issues that made relative income look far better, maybe than the straight measure of the payments themselves. And I think what you're going to find, we'll see, but I think it's going to be very hard for any business that's got unionized employees and the government itself, when it comes time to renegotiate, to sit there when their employees say that's what they got, we get the same thing, which means there's an enormous amount of risk that in fact we have much more wage inflation in the pipeline, or wage risk in the pipeline, than anyone wants to accept.
Not a whole lot of unions left, though, really, to drive that forward.
Well, there are 20 million government employees in this country.
They have a good bargaining power?
They still have pretty good. I've never seen a government employee fired. I've never seen them be asked to take a wage cut,
So,
et cetera.
Do you think, in hindsight now, just seeing what the markets have done yesterday afternoon, this morning, I think Fed Chairman Jay Powell says, ooh, that's not necessarily the message I wanted to give?
I think he knew exactly what he was doing. He had an opportunity to couch this slightly differently. As I said, I think to me the single most important comment was the fact that if we're waiting till we get to 2%, we waited too long. We see prices coming down. He didn't use the same statement he'd made 6 weeks ago. He should have said the market is now providing the type of liquidity we need. We don't need to do as much because of this, but he didn't do it. So I think embedded in this message for the moment is the risk that they've now accepted a higher level of inflation as part and parcel of their policy, which I, of course, think is a terrible outcome. But
lot of people have been calling for that, though. Saying like, look, we've got a structurally different economy that maybe so an inflation target more around 2.5 to 3% is more reasonable for like the world that we're living in now.
Well,
does that not sound like legit to you?
No.
Why not?
Because none of us have the privilege, from my perspective. Who set the Fed's mandate?
Congress.
What is the Fed's mandate?
To maintain price stability and maximum improvement.
Right. And what is price stability? Zero inflation. So
is it?
It is by definition. Now, the fact is, the Fed was an unusual institution because it had a dual mandate, and there's a lurking third one about stable long-term bonds. But the bottom line is they have a two-factor optimization, which allowed them to functionally play with both. I think it was the Swedish central bank who motivated this move to 2%, but 2% is still not their theoretical mandate. And in fact, what was really sort of sad to me, they had inflation at about 1.25 to 1.5 and full employment about a decade and a half ago. And they said, well, that's no good. We don't like inflation below a level. And then all the modifications in how we define inflation and all these other measures. The answer is if it's not a good thing, the Fed should be going to Congress. By the way, just to get off track, Lena Khan and the FTC to me are the same issue. She is a regulator and an administrator. She's not a legislator. She is trying to functionally change the definitions and the practices in the antitrust world. She should have gone to Congress. She's lost every case, basically, and it's costing American businesses hundreds of millions, if not tens of billions of dollars in business and legal costs. Shouldn't be for that. She should be in front of Congress saying, times have changed, things have changed. Please, we need to revisit this. And so my point to your question is, all of us, we can all decide what we want, but we live in, theoretically, and I think the Fed is telling you that doesn't make a difference, we live in a system where authority is granted from Congress to agencies to apply what they said, not to simply say, I don't really care what Congress said. Right. We'll do what we want.
All right. Neil, great stuff. Well, you could do this all day, right?
Oh, man. I feel like Neil and I could probably talk for the next 3 hours on this show, but we're going to have to keep it there for today. Thank you for joining us.
All right. Neil Grossman, he's the co-founder, former CIO, TKNG Capital, giving us some informed discussion of what we're seeing from the central banks. Again, we had the Fed yesterday, quite dovish in their outlook. That's certainly the take from the markets. That's certainly the take, I guess, from the dot plot. ECB today, a little bit less so.
And Bank of England, for sure, even less so from them.
Yeah, and I think what we heard from some voices this morning is that when you look at the UK economy, European economy, they're 6 months kind of behind us. So again, that kind of accounts for that. But we'll keep an eye on it. Markets are higher. This is Bloomberg. All right, Molly, let's do a little bit of a market check here. I mean, what are you looking at? Because I'm looking at the 10-year Treasury. We're kind of at the low for the day almost here.
I mean, I know we keep talking about this, but the fact that we were at 5% on the 10-year, what was it, like 6 weeks ago?
Yep.
And today we're below 4?
Yeah.
Wild.
Yes.
Like we just said, I mean, that's 100 basis points of cuts right there. That's
Exactly.
crazy. It's been a remarkable move. Treasury, obviously, and mortgage rates, how much they've come down.
Yep.
A lot of easing.
All right, let's get a look at company news here with Lisa Mateo.
Good morning. Adobe gave a lukewarm outlook for sales in 2024. And that was a disappointment to investors who were expecting new generative AI tools to boost its results. Now, the company recently announced a new version of its AI model, Firefly. The company also revealed it's being investigated by the FTC. Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti has more on that.
Adobe says U.S. regulators are investigating the company's rules for canceling software subscriptions. The maker of Photoshop, Premiere, and other software programs says it is cooperating with the Federal Trade Commission and that a settlement could involve significant monetary costs or penalties. Adobe program users have long complained about the expense of canceling a subscription.
And Intel has announced new chips for PCs and data centers that it hopes will give a boost to the market for artificial intelligence hardware. Now, that lineup includes Xeon server chips, new ultra-core chips, and its Gaudi 3 AI accelerator. Gaudi 3 is set to be released next year. Dell shares are higher right now. And Apple, that's also under close watch by the EU. We'll have more on that coming up in just a bit.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker at the Bloomberg News. With this Bloomberg Business Flash, well, let's start off with yields. The benchmark 10-year Treasury, 10 basis points lower. As you guys were talking before, 4%, not too long ago, 391 on the benchmark right now. This follows the latest data. America's labor market presses on. The weekly jobless claims dropping to 202,000. That is the lowest since October and close to a 5-decade low. At the same time, retail sales rose at the start of the holidays, so this all reinforces the idea that we can have a lower rate of inflation and not tank the U.S. economy. A soft landing. 8 of 13 sectors in retail posting gains, and the Fed pivot to being embraced by investors after yesterday's dovish Fed meeting. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 70 points higher right now, adding to yesterday's record close. This is up 0.2%. 37,161. NASDAQ 100, that has now turned lower, 10 points lower right now. The Russell 2000 of small mid caps, that is up 2.5%. S&P 500, 11 points higher right now. That is up 0.2%. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Molly and Paul.
John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Molly Smith, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming as well on YouTube. So head over there and check us out. I'm just guessing all the strategists on Wall Street who kind of publish their 2024 outlooks. I'm kind of feeling they're going this week and have to rewrite some of that stuff.
Gotta notch them a lot higher.
They tend to hit their targets. I don't know what you do from here. Young Yumam, he's the CIO at BMO Wealth Management. He joins us via Zoom here today. Young Yu, thank you so much for joining us here. Love to get your take in what we've seen in financial markets over the past couple of days, given some of the rhetoric coming out of the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Thanks, Paul and Molly. Yeah, a lot of excitement in the markets, no doubt about it. The Fed and Chairman Powell came out more dovish than expected and pulled forward some of what we thought was going to be some of those 2024 underpinnings and pulled those forward into a very late year market rally here, an extension of the rally. So we do think the elements are in place for a soft landing. We think that continues. We've been messaging that all year, but we don't think it's without risk. We don't think it's a time where the concerns about strained consumers that might crop up earlier in the year or other areas of the economy might slow is to be dismissed. But we just don't think a slowdown will go very far. So we still think 2024 is shaping up to be a favorable year, but a lot of that enthusiasm, which we thought might take place in 2024, is taking place right now.
This is something I always struggle with, young you. Just for reference, this is my side hustle. My actual job is covering the economy. So when we're getting some of these reports, like the jobs report last week and the inflation data, now the retail sales this week, and I'm thinking, man, this is all pretty strong, and it's hard sometimes to distinguish. Is this, obviously the inflation one aside, are these, signs of a soft landing, or is this, maybe still too hot? How do you distinguish that?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it takes sort of a mosaic of looking at the data, and we do think that the jobs report or the initial unemployment claims that came out today, as was mentioned before, just in a tremendously comfortable spot to show that there's still a lot of underlying stability in the labor market. We do consider that a leading indicator and something that still looks quite healthy. Even though the labor market's coming more into balance, it's still something that is tilting on the healthy side. Now, when do things get too hot? I think it's a matter of looking at things such as wage growth. It's a matter of considering whether or not shocks to the economy are turning in a negative direction. Recently, those shocks, such as oil prices coming out, have been positive. So, there's some positive factors in play, but I don't think we're in danger of, in the near term, running too hot. I think even though we got a favorable retail sales reading, labor market that still looks healthy, I think when we look at consumer balance sheets and spending ability across the spectrum of consumers, not just the sort of upper middle class and above consumers, we think there's some strain starting to show, which will become a bit more apparent earlier next year. So we don't think the prospect of running too hot is really on the table right now. To the extent that that's on the table, we think that's probably more of a end of 2024 story when the economy starts to reaccelerate. What factors are then coming into play in the labor market, in the global economy, in supply chains, you name it, that might add to stickier inflation. But right now, at least in the near term, it does look like that Goldilocks scenario continues to be on track.
So do we just run out and buy everything? What do we do here?
Yeah, well, we've already run up a lot, right?
Yep.
I mean, we have been advocating taking a relatively balanced approach to risk throughout the year and into 2024 as well. We think it's going to be in the marketplace a pretty even year in terms of where the gains are. We don't think it's going to be just concentrated in mega cap technology. We think value is going to do well, and particularly small cap value, which has had a big bounce in recent days as well. But we think that'll continue to hang in well and perform well in 2024. I think looking at areas of the market where valuations aren't too stretched and quality remains high is probably a good place to be. But also being cognizant of what the ongoing Fed messaging is. I mean, it's not obvious that the Fed is going to continue on such a dovish track and meet the market's expectations that are quite aggressive right now in terms of cutting rates. So I wouldn't recommend being overly aggressive just because the recent messaging change. We know that the Fed's messaging has changed quite a bit over the past year in terms of where, say, the year-end 2024 expectations are for interest rates. And the market's probably gotten a bit ahead of itself. So, it could be a bit of a modest environment as we move into 2024 if some of that slowdown materializes. But, we want to stay balanced here. It's not a time to load up on risk, we don't believe.
So if you didn't get in at the 10-year when it was around 5%, you think 3.9 is still a good entry point?
Not really. We think in the scenario where we do get a soft landing, we do get stabilization in the economy in the summer and maybe some reacceleration toward the end of the year, it seems unlikely to us that this sub 4% level for the 10-year yields can persist. We actually think they'll climb a bit from here. So I think short-term yields look relatively attractive. We've been recommending a balanced approach to duration, not being overly long duration. We actually extended duration when yields, the 10-year Treasury was right about at 5%. But since that time, we've been recommending a balanced approach to duration. And now it's probably not a great time to get in. If you didn't get in, extend duration when yields were in the upper fours. Now that they're sub 4, I think you'll see better times later in 2024 in the second half of the year. And staying short in the meantime, you get paid to stay short, right? You're clipping a bit higher yield and having that safety in the portfolio. So I think for a short-term approach, it'd be better to stay short, given how much those yields have declined.
On the equity side, how do you feel about valuation here? Again, a big run-up in the stock market this year, broadly defined. There is some earnings growth, kind of low double-digit earnings growth for next year. How do you feel about valuation?
I think valuation is okay if you strip out the Magnificent Seven, if you take out that area that's really AI-driven and has a lot of future expectations priced into it, and you look at the median stock, it doesn't look nearly as extended for valuation, especially if you start looking at the value segments of mid-cap and small-cap value look actually quite reasonable, if not on the cheap side. So I think it depends. It's a mixed bag for valuation. And that's why I think we would advocate looking at areas for 2024 where valuation doesn't look as stretched, being sure you're not just loading up into growth and leaning into some of the value segments of the market as well.
What did you make of the Fed's projections yesterday? I was really taken back by that big upward revision to the 2023 growth estimate. In September, they saw 2.1% growth for the year, now 2.5%. That's pretty big. Or 2.6%.
Yeah, it is.
2.5 or 2.6.
It is big. Yeah, it's definitely big, and I think it's reflective of just some of the things that we're seeing concurrently happen in the economy, where we're getting numbers like we got today, retail sales being favorable. We've had lingering and ongoing strength in the economy throughout the year. Spending doesn't look exhausted by consumers and corporations, although there's some belt tightening going on. it's not looking excessive. It's not battening down the hatchets. It's more rationalizing spending. So, I think that makes sense to have that bumped up a bit. A lot of that's in the rearview mirror happening right now. And really the bigger question, of course, is, how 2024 unfolds.
Young Yuma, thanks so much for joining us. Young Yuma is the CIO at BMO Wealth Management, joining us via Zoom. Molly, Alcaraz against somebody.
Nadal.
Netflix.
Did you say somebody? Oh, Paul.
Netflix. Are you
killing me? Of course I'm gonna watch. March 3rd. Mark your calendar.
So Netflix is putting this on, right? This
is the Netflix slam.
Okay. So
haven't you heard of it?
I've kind of paid attention to it, but I'm a Netflix person, and so I want to see Nadal. I want to see how he looks after he's been away for a long time.
Yeah, a year.
And this is gonna be a huge test for him.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're going to see him before then when he's in action in Australia. So that's coming up in January. But yeah, I mean, I think this is a great, chance for him and Alcaraz. Obviously, like it's got, fan viewership written all over. This is going to be a palooza of viewers. So I think it's going to be great. And obviously, as Nadal being on the farewell tour, it makes sense to do some of these fun exhibition matches and give the fans what they want.
Where's it going to be?
Vegas.
Oh, even better.
Yeah.
Even better. Another reason to go to Vegas. All right, let's head down to Washington, D.C. right now. Amy Marshall's got word on that news.
All right, thank you, Paul. Getting word from New Jersey that evidently there's a bull on the loose in Newark running along the train tracks. First reports came in about an hour ago. Police say it's a bull still on the loose. New Jersey Transit says there are delays up to 45 minutes between Newark Penn Station and Penn Station, New York, because of the police activity. President Biden's struggles to connect his policy wins to voters' lives reflected now in the latest Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll of swing states. Bloomberg government's Jack Fitzpatrick tells us the president now trails former President Trump in all 7 of the battleground states that we're tracking for 2024.
Not only negative results, say, in the approval rating for President Biden, which have dragged for quite some time during his presidency, but he is trailing Donald Trump in each of the 7 key swing states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
Bloomberg government's Jack Fitzpatrick reports the poll shows the president losing support among suburban women in Michigan, 18 to 34-year-olds, and union workers. House of Representatives has authorized the ongoing impeachment inquiry into President Biden. The measure passed on a straight party line vote. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer of Kentucky.
We're very pleased with the vote today. I think that sent a message loud and clear to the White House. We expect you to comply with our information requests and our subpoenas.
Democrat Jamie Raskin of Maryland says the attacks on the president are baseless.
It's got nothing to do with President Biden. They don't want the world to see that. They don't want the clarity of that disclosure and that understanding, because then they can't keep it going into the election season.
Raskin says the impeachment inquiry is purely about next year's election. And health officials in Gaza are warning Israel's attacks on Hamas may cause diseases to spread in the Gaza Strip. The Palestinian Health Ministry says vaccinations for children are dwindling and that running out of vaccines would be catastrophic. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want.
Find the perfect gift and give the perfect gift. From the newest smartphones and wearables to gaming tablets and more. Give the magic of tech and make their wishes come true. Discover gifts with unlimited possibilities and find gift-giving joy at Best Buy. Visit us in-store and online at bestbuy.ca.
hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. The rally continues for stocks. Tech-heavy NASDAQ 100, though, the shedding earlier gains and weighing on the NASDAQ right now. Adobe falling over 5%. It signaled AI is going to take longer to give it a boost. The Dow adding to its record close in its dovish meeting yesterday. The Fed teed up 75 basis points of rate cuts for next year, the summary of economic projections. And Neil Dutt at Renaissance Macro says the Fed pivot signals that there is more growth ahead.
This is about inflation coming in better and the Fed adjusting as a result. And that's ultimately a good thing. I think it's going to, give the economy a chance to continue growing.
Right now, shares of Moderna, they are 13% higher. Heavy volume there. News that it's a skin cancer drug that it developed with Merck, reducing the risk of relapse or death by 49% in melanoma patients. S&P 500, 15 points higher. That's at 0.3%, 47.21 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 87 points higher. That's up 0.25%. That's at 37,177. The Nasdaq 100, 14 points lower. That is down about 0.1%. And yes, as Amy was reporting, there is a bull on the loose on the train tracks near Newark Penn Station.
Like a cow thing?
Yeah, it looks like it's. I see the picture. Somebody on X posted a picture of it. It looks like a Texas Longhorn.
Wow.
So we'll say that is metaphor for stocks, I guess.
There you go.
Wow.
I had to say.
How does a bull get on a train track in Newark, New Jersey?
Well, New
Not too many
Jersey's
ranches.
like, you're
Not too
from
many
New
ranches.
Jersey.
Yes,
I mean,
and there are too many
we
ranches.
still have farmland, lots of it.
Remember
It is
your
the
roots,
Garden
Paul.
State.
Yep. Okay. All right.
So it's a bowl.
There's a story there. Better
Big
not
deal.
interfere with my commute home. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Take care of it.
I don't know about that. Anyway, that's your market update. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. Molly and Paul, good luck on the commute.
I'm Raj Smith. Thank you very much, John Tucker, Molly Smith, Paul Sweeney. We're live here at our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live as well on YouTube. So head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Radio. Max Abelson joins us, intrepid reporter, Bloomberg News. Also got a really cool TV show on Bloomberg Television and on all the social media. It airs tonight, Bloomberg Television, 10:30 p.m. Wall Street time. Lots of cool guests. This time, you got a name from my generation, John Corzine, the former New Jersey governor, ex-Goldman Sachs partner and chief. What's John Corzine up to these days, Max?
That's a good question, man. It's good timing to have him on the Business Week show because our theme is second acts.
Second act.
And this guy has had a second act and then another one after that, another one after that. Let's see if I can remember all of them. So obviously, he rose high up in Goldman Sachs. He took over the firm.
Yep.
Right as it was going public, he gets pushed out. So what does he do? He has a second act in politics. Not only is this guy a senator, but he becomes governor of your fine state, where bulls are running wild on the subway system. And then he goes on to take over what was then a lowly brokerage, and it was called MF Global. And he's in charge for its rise and then a very dramatic fall. I think
Unfortunate theme there.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly right. When MF Global went bankrupt, I think it was one of the biggest bankruptcies, like not just in the financial services, I think ever in the United States. And I think he had to pay $5 million in a settlement.
He personally did?
The CFTC accused him of having a role in the use of company funds. I think about $1 billion of them. And but he settled the allegations, didn't as one does, didn't admit or deny the guilt. Or the allegations, I should say. To me, he called it probably one of the greatest disappointments of my life. He said, but then he went on, and the true story of Wall Street is you rise, you fall, you rise again, you fall again. He went on to start a hedge fund, and that hedge fund he is just now closing down, and he's going to be managing his own money. And he said, look, it's hard to compete with like the big pools of money in an era of AI. So now at this late stage, he is also going to start again. And I have to say, I found it really fun to talk with someone who has been high and who has been low and is able to talk about both.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you also are having an international DJ on the show, talk about the different acts there. Tell us about that, guy.
Yeah, I know. Well, we could have had a DJ and a Goldman Sachs CEO in one
Right,
if we
You
had had
could
David
have a
Solomon.
missed opportunity.
That's
there.
right. If David Solomon is listening, I want him to know that DJ Diesel would have checked two boxes for us. But we had John Corzine talking about his calamities and his successes on the one hand, and then we had Steve Aoki. And do you two know that name?
I do not.
Okay, well,
I don't either.
It really goes to show how generational gaps, how thick they are, because Steve Aoki is the kind of guy whose music has been streamed like a billion times, literally a billion times. He is a dance music chart topper. He's famous for like kind of cake throwing, champagne spraying music sets at festivals, and yet this guy started as like a vegan hardcore punk. And he is now in this phase where he's trying to basically, I don't know how much you two know about longevity, but he's like basically interested in age reversal and trying to make this act of his life last as long as possible. We spoke about it.
All right, I'm going back to Corzine. That's in my wheelhouse.
you're allowed. Let's hear it.
What is he doing? He's 76 years old. What is he doing now? What's his plan? Or actually, let me start.
Sure.
How did he come on your radar? Because that's a name that I would not have thought of. I mean, he certainly had his up and downs, like you said, but he's kind of been out of the picture for a while. How did he come on your radar?
Yes. Well, I'll give you two answers to that. One is he has literally been in the news, but I think Bloomberg broke the news of closing of his hedge fund. So it's always an interesting time when someone's starting something or when someone's stopping something to interview them. But I gotta say, I'm getting old. I just had my 39th birthday. I've been reporting at Bloomberg now for like 13 years.
I hear you laughing back there.
Yeah. But listen, I was at Bloomberg News as a young reporter when MF Global. I want to say I did a story. Someone's gonna have to check this on the terminal. But I think I did a story about Corzine hosting like a steak dinner 48 hours before MF Global's collapse. And I've always been very interested in him as a figure. There are very few people who have effectively kind of transformed financial might into political influence the way he has. A lot of people want to. There are a lot of rich people who think that they can build impactful political careers, and they are often wrong.
Well, Gary Cohn, maybe.
The partners at Goldman Sachs, right? I mean, Paulson, Cohn, and now Corzine, and now the current governor of New Jersey,
just
Murphy.
cranking them out.
Murphy. That's right. I also wrote a profile of Murphy doing that. It's true. There's a precedent for it. And listen, don't forget John Whitehead.
Yep.
I believe he was in Reagan's administration. There's something about Goldman. They really understand how to have what I would call a second act.
So as John Corzine looks back on it all, how would he characterize his career?
It's so interesting. He said to me that between Wall Street and Washington, that human nature is fairly consistent, and that you're surrounded by these sort of like ambitious men and women who, are smart, and sometimes they see opportunities for themselves, and sometimes they see other people in the way. And he said that over his career, looking back on it, he's been naive about that dynamic. Although it's like, how naive could he be, considering that he has managed to rise so high in both fields? But I recommend listening to it. I think you'll like it in particular. I hope that it'll be a rare chance to actually hear from someone who has managed to combine triumph and calamity, and not just one then the other or the second then the first. Like it's been a pattern in his life, and you can see it in his eyes and you can hear it in his voice.
Is he still sporting the beard?
Oh, sure, still sporting a beard. So and a head of hair that kind of curls in the back. Very classic John Corzine look.
All right, very good. That's a great lineup there. A very eclectic lineup. Max Abelson joining us here. He's the reporter of Bloomberg News. He's got his television show here, Bloomberg Business Week.
The Business Week Show.
The Business Week Show on Bloomberg Television, 10:30 p.m. tonight.
Eastern time.
Eastern time. And then all the digital platforms. I'm just guessing out there on Bloomberg.com and all the other kind of stuff. That's kind of how we do it. It's done now. Content.
You know that YouTube internet thing that you love to talk about?
I like that thing. That's the internet. I think that's going to catch on someday. S&P 500 a little bit stronger here, up about 0.4%. The Nasdaq up about 0.3%. Again, we'll call out the Russell. That's kind of where we're seeing some movement here, up about 2.8%. Yields coming in heavy, folks. The 10-year Treasury is down 12 basis points, 3.89%. Getting ready to refinance the mortgage, maybe. Who knows?
Oh, yeah.
It's coming down. We'll see how that plays out. At Elise Mateo. Let's get some company news with Elise Mateo right now.
You got it. Results from a new study it showed a personalized vaccine developed by Moderna and Merck helped prevent the recurrence of severe skin cancer for 3 years. Moderna CEO Stefan Bancel spoke earlier about it on Bloomberg.
Skin cancer is a scary thing, and what we are doing at Moderna is we're using our technology to develop individualized treatment where we make a different chemical drug for different patients. Everybody gets a different drug customized to the DNA of their cancer cell, and the data are striking.
Now, that data says that patients with severe melanomas who got the vaccine and Merck's cancer drug Keytruda were 49% less likely to die or have their cancer return than those who only use Keytruda. Now, Moderna shares right now, they're up about 13.5%. Merck is down just a fraction. And you can add Medifast to the list of companies, including weight loss, into their diet arsenals. Bloomberg's Joan Doniger has that story.
Dow Jones says Medifast usually used coaches and low-cal shakes and bars, but now it's investing $20 million in LifeMD. That's a telehealth company that provides access to doctors and nurse practitioners who can prescribe the drugs. And now it turns out Oprah is using them. She told People magazine she is taking weight loss medications as what she calls a maintenance tool. She didn't say which one. She's a board member of Weight Watchers.
Medifast is down nearly 2%. LifeMD is up about 2.5%. And CVS Health is among the 28 healthcare companies adopting AI safeguards from the Biden administration. The companies will commit to inform people whether they receive information that is generated by AI.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
Markets continue to rally this morning. S&P 500 up 0.4%, 47.26. The Nasdaq is up 0.3% as well. Again, the small cap stocks really setting the tone here. The Russell 2000 up 2.8% here. Yields coming in pretty aggressively here. The 10-year Treasury is down about 12 basis points, 3.89% on your 10-year Treasury bill.
What a
note.
rally.
So that is just extraordinary there. Let's call out WTI crude oil. It is up 3.9%, $72.17 there. Bitcoin off a little bit here, 42,600 on Bitcoin. Let's get down to Washington, D.C. right now. World and national news with Amy Morris.
Thank you, Paul. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is in Tel Aviv, meeting with Israeli officials as tensions between the U.S. and Israel have reached new highs. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu pushed back against criticism of his country's war against Hamas, saying that they will continue fighting until Israel reaches victory. Russian President Vladimir Putin held his annual end-of-the-year news conference today. It is his first since he ordered the invasion of Ukraine nearly 2 years ago. Bloomberg's Greg Sullivan is monitoring from Warsaw.
We've heard about the war in Ukraine that came up early on, where he gave an unusual amount of detail, including the number of troops that are there. But what was significant there also was that he ruled out the need for a second mobilization, actually saying that a recruiting campaign the government is currently doing has pulled in enough troops, even saying more than they had initially planned.
Bloomberg's Greg Sullivan tells us Putin also addressed Russia's high inflation, nearly double the central bank's 4% target, and he says Russia is seeking a deal that suits both parties to release American prisoners, Evan Gershkovich and Paul Whelan. Donald Trump has pulled ahead of President Biden and must win Michigan as voters remain pessimistic about the U.S. economy. The Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll shows Trump leads Biden 46% to 42% after they were tied in the same survey done in October and early November. House Republicans have threatened the Food and Drug Administration with a subpoena as they intensify scrutiny of the agency's efforts to deal with quality control for drugs made in India and China. Now, the letter from lawmakers cites a Bloomberg report that shows the FDA abruptly ended a program of unannounced inspections in India and reports of FDA efforts to undermine the Defense Department's bid to examine drug quality through independent testing. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg, Paul and Molly.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. We appreciate it. One of the stories that we always like the big take stories here. These are really deeply reported, deep dive stories on really interesting topics. Today is on the economics of small U.S. colleges are faltering. This hits near and dear to my heart. There are a handful of telltale signs a school is facing stress. Rider University, which is I grew up right across the street from Rider University, a landmark in central New Jersey for the past 158 years, has been grappling with most of them. The school is losing money. The past decade, it has lost about a fifth of its student body, and this month, the outlook for its credit rating, already below investment grade, was cut to negative. So the economics of some of these smaller, particularly the liberal arts schools, really struggling. And I think it's a combination of, from what I've read, is demographics. Fewer kids. The smaller population heading into college, and then maybe just as you and I were talking about, just the sense that do I really need a college education and the potential student debt associated with that in this economy?
Yeah, the debt piece you cannot ignore, especially now that payments have resumed, and for a lot of students who probably never paid student loans in their life until now. So this really is changing the dynamic, and also not to mention there are a lot of apprenticeship opportunities too, where you can just go straight into the workforce from high school. And especially if you're more interested in trade skilled work, where a lot of those shortages still are, there's a ton of demand for that right now.
It's interesting. Rider, again, I grew up locally to Rider. I know a lot of folks there. And Bloomberg, we have a Princeton office in Princeton, New Jersey, and we hire a lot of students from Rider, and a lot of the kids do great, perform very well, and have wonderful careers at Bloomberg down in our Princeton office. So interesting to see how this plays out. So there's definitely a connection there between Bloomberg and Rider over the years from our Princeton business. So again, it's the big take story. You can find it on the Bloomberg terminal, and you go bloomberg.com/big take or NI/big take on the Bloomberg terminal. Great stuff. We're gonna have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
Why were the economists so wrong? What are the economists getting wrong? Isn't this a slam dunk time to buy U.S. Treasuries? Soft landing? Hard landing? No landing? I don't know. True. What the heck does that mean? I don't know.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
We're going to be in an environment with higher rates for longer.
This 5-day in-office work week is effectively dead.
It's definitely a good sign that we're not ready to land this economy just yet.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to check in with Abigail Doolittle. She'll give us a sense of what's happening in these markets. Lots of action, lots of volume out there as well. We're also going to sit down with Mickey Naftali, Chairman and CEO of Naftali Group, joins to discuss the risk he sees in commercial real estate. So we're going to ask Abigail to stick around and chat with us with Mr. Naftali. That should be interesting. Brian Van Cronkite, Portfolio Manager of Small and Mid-Cap Value Strategies at Allspring Global Investments. He's going to join us to discuss kind of what he sees in the marketplace. So all that's coming up. But first, let's kick things off with Mr. Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. Paul Sweeney, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ continue to advance right now. S&P up another 19 on top of yesterday's blistering rally with the S&P now at 4726. That is a gain of about 0.4%. Dow Industrials up another 104, higher by 0.3%, 37,197. Trading in record territory on the Dow. We have got NASDAQ up 43. That is a gain right now of just about 0.4%. 10-year yield, 3.90%. The 2-year, 4.33%. Gold up $10.50 the ounce. The 2038 up 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude surging 3.8%, 72.10 a barrel on West Texas Intermediate crude. A retreat for Bitcoin down 0.9%, 42,613 right now on Bitcoin. So the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all building on yesterday's gains. Equities are pushing higher. S&P 500 approaching its record. NASDAQ 100 hovering near that mark. Billionaire activist investor Nelson Peltz has nominated 2 directors to the board of the Walt Disney Company, including the media and entertainment giant's former chief financial officer. Shares of the Walt Disney Company, they are advancing now. We've got Disney up by 2%. Again, recapping, the rally continues on this Thursday. S&P up another 21, up by 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pell, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Molly Smith, Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We're also streaming live on YouTube, so you can head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio. Abigail Doolittle joins us here in studio. She covers all the markets for Bloomberg. Abigail, some more action today. What are you seeing?
What stands out to me the most right now, beyond yields plunging and stocks rallying once again, is the volume on the S&P 500. What would you guess the volume is right now?
I've been
you've been
watching.
Okay, it's incredible.
It is.
I mean, but it makes sense because traders, after Fed Chair Jay Powell yesterday, did, to my mind, the unexpected. And I think that there's a lot of people out on the street who were very surprised by his, confirming the idea that they're going to cut, especially because less than 2 weeks ago, he was saying the opposite, that they're staying higher for longer. So it's almost like 2 personalities coming out of Powell. The surprise, the last time he did something like this, I believe it was 2018. If you recall, we had stocks plunging. Yep. Yields, though, bonds did front run it, similar to this time. This time we had stocks front run it too. But if you think that the Fed is making a major policy change, traders want all in. So the volume is 70% above on this S&P 500.
How rare is that?
So I don't know. Options expiry type days, type volumes. I mean, for an ordinary trading day, I honestly would be curious to go back in time and look at some of the other big Fed moves where it's
but it certainly is healthy for the move. I like to see.
It's very healthy. I mean, it suggests. So this is what's interesting. So the Nasdaq 100 has actually been flipping. It's been fluctuating between small gains and losses today, and a piece of that has to do with you have some of these big tech stocks down. Because there's a lot of talk of people moving out of technology, the Magnificent Seven, and into small caps and banks and a more diversified look. That the equal weight S&P 500 up 1.6%.
Oh, you're all over it today.
I'm all right.
Yeah, I should be interviewing you, Paul.
Keep going, Abigail. You're doing great.
So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, because if there is a rotation. It can only go on for so long because that is the weighting to the market. You cannot have 30 to 50% of the market go down and the markets continue to go higher. But the fact that you have this kind of buying power beneath the surface is really pretty incredible. It tells you that traders are all in. Now, let's take this one step further. The NASDAQ 100 all-time high, but if you put that into a 5-year chart, it's essentially, it's not a double top, but it's essentially, it could actually be it could be a massive topping pattern. Now, is that, we don't know if it's likely or not. We just don't know if we're going to see the NASDAQ 100 continue to go up and away into what would truly be a new bull market, or are we going to go back down into the range? We really don't know right now, but the NASDAQ 100 is leading the way.
Gotcha. So yeah, tech stocks really flying right now. Adobe though, not such a great day over there.
Today's tech stocks really are not flying because you have this rotation out of tech into the small caps. I mean, there are a couple that are flying, such as Broadcom and Tesla, if you consider Tesla to be a tech stock, which I think is a fair. But yeah, Adobe had some issues. They put up a decent quarter, but used those two magical letters, AI, and their revenue outlook, it's just not quite where folks wanted it to be. Plus, the stock into the report had been up 86%. So it was priced for perfection, and they didn't quite deliver that.
Can you stick around?
I would love to.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Awesome. We want to get right to our next guest because we want to talk commercial real estate because I've got some big-time opinions. I know nothing about commercial real estate. I know nothing about it, but I have some opinions. Our next guest really does know stuff about that. Mickey Naftali joins us, CEO and chairman of Naftali Group. Mickey, thanks so much for joining us here in our studio. I'm a huge fan of New York City. I'm a huge fan of New York City real estate. But, man, I'm hearing some dire stuff. People aren't coming back to the office. I'm looking down 3rd Avenue. I see lots of empty space there. What's your call on just, I don't know how you want to go with this, New York or just big cities or how you're thinking about it?
Thank you for having me. So, first of all, I don't believe in the office sector of real estate. So I invest mainly in the residential sector.
People got to live.
Yeah,
Yep.
Exactly. Okay. So this is the thing. We really follow the demand.
So do you just go to Florida then?
Well, no, but let's talk about New York. So, in the past, I actually converted many office buildings to residential, and then there was the period of time of great office buildings and even office buildings in neighborhoods such as at Chelsea and the Flatiron that were taken by the high-tech kind of companies and converting back to office. But my view of the office space is not great, and unless you have a truly Class A brand new office space,
like this one,
for example,
that you're sitting
right,
in.
with all the amenities that you have here,
Yes.
which is great, you're not doing well. The residential is a completely different story.
Let's talk about that residential. So New York City, we were talking earlier, we both agree that it's not dead, but in 2020 there were a lot of people, including myself, where it felt, I was sharing with you, I loved how quiet it was. But you did what a lot of people said couldn't be done, which you essentially sold out a beautiful residential building on 79th and Madison, smack in 2020 into 2021. How did you do that? And talk to us about what was behind that process.
So, going back to 2020, once COVID hit us at, around March, we started to hear on a daily basis, New York City is dead, New York City is dead.
Now, did you have butterflies in your stomach around that time just for a little bit, or were you...
I was already in, and I had this project. I had a few projects. One of them was 3 years in the making. I bought multiple walk-up buildings on Madison Avenue. And I designed and I started to build the first high-end residential building anywhere between Park and Fifth Avenue in 25 years. Right? So think about it. For 25 years, the only option for anyone that wanted to live between Park and Fifth Avenue, and I would say high 60s to mid 80s, is either one of the co-op buildings. Some of them are very famous, but old, small windows, old elevators, old mechanical systems, and no amenities, right? So for 25 years, no one could really figure out how to build a new building. So anyway, we were already coming out with the superstructure on Madison Avenue between 79 and 80, And I was planning to open the sales office originally in April of 2020. Obviously, I said, "Oops, let's stop. Right? Let's see what is going on." No, yeah, well,
Couple
right,
of us.
exactly. But then, when the superstructure, we kind of stopped for about 2 weeks, construction in New York, and then we continue, and we coming up of the ground, and the superstructure was almost stopping off, and we started to get phone calls from brokers and direct from buyers calling our office. Now, we didn't have any sign on the site except our name, our company name. So people Google whatever, and they found our phone number, and they called us. So I said, "Oh, very interesting. So there is a demand. People are really, they're really curious. They want to buy." So September of 2020, I decided to open the sales office. The space was ready to open. I didn't open it, right? September 2020, I opened the sales office. And between September and December of 2020, I sold out.
That's amazing. That's just incredible because having been here, the
It's
city
all
really
about
was.
the demand is here in good days and bad days. Of course, there is a slowdown. Of course, by the end of the day, if you have, by the way, not only real estate, if you have a product that is well, that there is a real demand for it, you're gonna do well. It's
And
all
your
about
product.
inventory and demand, right? So there was zero inventory, and there was a demand, right? So that's why we were. I mean, that was the first of 3 projects that since then sold out. We did sold out on the Upper East Side. All of them were doing extremely well.
I mean, I'm now here in Sutton Place, but I had been on Upper East Side, and I saw day by day the one on 83rd go
Right.
up. I mean, just absolutely very distinct. And I
Right.
think it's at the limestone, but the amenities, yeah, really pretty incredible.
So I want to ask you, selfishly, I just put in a down payment for very exciting. I just put in a down payment for an apartment on 67th and 3rd, so in Lenox Hill.
Congratulations.
Thank you. But of course, I want to hear, if you think the value of it's going to go up. But it's a but you've been talking about these luxury buildings, all the amenities. Is there still value though for some of these buildings that are a bit simpler? Maybe just like good location, doorman, elevator, laundry in unit,
Right.
amazing, and a terrace. But like maybe you don't have the big gym and all these other amazing
Right.
common spaces.
So I would say I don't know if the value will go up because think about where we are in all luxury products. The way we live today, most of us, right, compared to our parents or definitely our grandparents, different quality, right? Huge difference, right? So there is a demand for quality. Also, most of us are much busier than our parents and definitely grandparents. So we are looking for every moment that we have. We're looking for the lifestyle that everything will be very accessible and close to us. Amenities are very important. It's part of the lifestyle that we all, or not all, most of us that can afford are looking for. So I would tell you that there is no question in my mind that the appreciation of value is much higher for a really, really good product and not as much for let's call it an older product. Having said that, location is as always very important. So if you're in the right location and you have the right bones and you upgrade your unit, you will do well.
Let's hear that.
How would you describe South Florida right now? Because we had the story here, as you well know. It seems like everybody in New York City left for Miami, South Florida in general. Give us your extent. Is it too much, too fast down there, or can this market really, I guess, thrive?
So it's actually very interesting. I have 2 what I call mega projects in South Florida. I'm building a 70-story, 1.5 million square feet in Miami, in downtown Miami, in a neighborhood in Miami World Center, which is a new neighborhood in downtown Miami. And I'm building a very similar size twin 50-story towers in Fort Lauderdale in Flagler Village. So here Miami and Fort Lauderdale are different, but here is the thing. For us, okay, it's all about demand. We think that we are quite good in designing and creating a really good product, but we're not good enough to create a demand. So we really follow the demand. we look at where the demand is, and that's where we go. Specifically about Miami. Miami matured to a point, in my opinion, of no return. Miami can offer not everything that you can get in New York City, but almost everything between culture and restaurants and you name it, and sports, and everything is there. And of course, many months of the year, beautiful weather and the beaches and all of that, right? So this is for us. This is a really important market, and also a market that attracts quite a lot of Latin American buyers that either want to park money in the U.S. or they as investment, or they just use their apartments X amount of weeks, a year. So I think it's a strong market. I just opened a sales office for the Miami project 4 weeks ago.
Okay.
We are doing well, so we think it's a strong market.
Yeah.
And that there's still more upside to it?
Yes, because here's the thing. Remember, we are still in an environment, or we are in an environment of high mortgage rates, right? So
Trust dropped below 7% today, but yeah, keep going.
correct.
Yes.
No, correct.
Yeah.
So going forward, thinking about going 24, 25, we believe, and I'm sure that you believe, that mortgage rate will start to go down. That there are still buyers that sitting on the fence and waiting, right? And waiting. Now, long-term projects that are going to be complete in 3-4 years, anyway, they don't need to commit to take mortgages right now. So it's all about deposit and taking a position in a market that eventually there will be appreciation in price.
On this topic, just yesterday, the Fed indicated that they are going to be lowering rates next year. So it supports everything that you're talking about in terms of being below 7%, the idea that rates will go lower. Is there a point where the housing market could overheat too much? Because I grew up in upstate, and my family member yesterday was just sharing a picture of a 1,500 square foot house going for $1.1 million. That same house 5, 10, 20 years ago literally would have been $150,000.
Right.
And so I'm just thinking, if more fires put onto the market, it may be good. It will be good for somebody like you for a while. But at some point, is that going to create issues?
So it's all about supply. It's all about inventory, right? And in the main in the main cities, there is, by and large, there is lack of supply.
Right.
Now, think about it. It's not only the mortgage rates. There are only few developers that can build today. We were either lucky enough or qualified enough to close. Sorry.
No, it's just running out of time. We'll get you back next time. It sounds like you're in New York a lot, so we'll get you back. Or we'll go down to South Florida. Mickey Naftali, CEO and chairman of the Naftali Group. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
You got it, Paul. Sources tell Bloomberg that Credit Suisse dismissed its entire wealth management team in China, scrapping its ambition to become one of the biggest foreign money managers in the country. Now, this as UBS Group decided not to take on the staff. Bloomberg's Nick Comfort says it's surprising.
UBS, Asia and wealth are big areas of focus. These are key driving areas. It's a business that they love. However, I think it does show, speaking of that complexity, that transaction incorporating Credit Suisse, that they aren't willing to hold on to all the business. They are, if it's too complex, if it's too risky, then UBS does not want to carry it forward.
Now, those let go are said to include relationship managers and investment consultants, as well as the CEO of Credit Suisse's securities venture. UBS right now is up about 4%. And more fallout involving a unit of General Motors. We get more from Bloomberg's Joan Doniger.
Dow Jones says Medifast usually used coaches and locale shakes and bars, but now it's investing $20 million in LifeMD. That's a telehealth company that provides access to doctors and nurse practitioners who can prescribe the drugs. And now it turns out Oprah is using them. She told People magazine she is taking weight loss medications as what she calls a maintenance tool. She didn't say which one. She's a board member of Weight Watchers.
And Wayfair workers, they're being told to expect longer work hours. In an email to employees seen by Business Insider, CEO Niraj Shah said the company is back to being profitable, but winning takes hard work. Now they should expect to put in more hours and find ways to blend work and life. Wayfair right now is up nearly 13%. Those are the company stories we're following. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg.
headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. Stocks near all-time highs after the Fed's dovish tilt. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ are all surging right now, but perhaps the biggest story, the Russell 2000 index of small-cap shares. That index up now by 2.9%. David Sowerby is portfolio manager at Ancora Advisors. And on surveillance this morning, he told us there is no question investors are embracing risk, specifically with small caps.
Anecdotally, I am seeing with more of the investment committees I work with that there's a greater discussion of do I up my small cap allocation? Do I think about a something other than a cap weighted passive S&P approach? And that anecdotal is starting to play into the markets where you're seeing marginally people increasing their small cap allocation.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Again, the Russell 2000 now higher by 2.9%. To put that in context, S&P up 0.5, up another 25 points. The Dow also at a record up 170 points, up 0.5%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 66 now, a gain there of 0.5%. 10-year yield 3.88%, with the 2-year that's yielding 4.32%. Spot gold up $10 the ounce to $2,037, up 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude surging 4%, back again with the 72 handle, 72.22 for a barrel of WTI. Briefly, retail sales unexpectedly picked up in November as lower gasoline prices allowed consumers to spend more to kick off the holiday shopping season. Among selected retailers, we got Macy's up 1.8%, Target shares up now by 2.5%, Kohl's is surging by 7%, Amazon down by 0.5%. Recapping, S&P up 25, up 0.5%, 10-year 3.88%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pella, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Molly Smith and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube. And we are also now in your dashboard with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. It gives you access to every Bloomberg podcast, live audio feeds from Bloomberg Radio, print stories from Bloomberg News in audio form, and the latest headlines at the click of a button with Bloomberg News Now. How do you get it? Well, the good news is it is free with the latest version of the Bloomberg Business app. That's the Bloomberg Business app. Get it on your phone in the Apple App Store or on Google Play. Just download the app, connect your phone to your car, and get started. And it is all presented by our sponsor, Interactive Brokers, so we thank them. All right, we're seeing signs here that this rally, that for the most part this year was pretty limited to a handful of names, is kind of broadening out a little bit. We see it in the Russell 2000 and some other indexes as well. I want to see if that has some links to it. Bryant Van Conkrite joins as portfolio manager, senior global equity at Allspring Global Advisors. Yes, Allspring Global Advisors, home of my favorite investor, Ann Maletti. We'll take Brian, though. Hey, Brian, thanks so much for joining us here. What do you make of the price action we've seen over the past couple of days? I guess the Fed got its message through, if that's in fact what they wanted to communicate, that we're going to be maybe a little bit pivot here.
With you, and first of all, Ann passes along her best wishes to you. You're right. I think the Fed's message was a critical one. What they're basically signaling is that they're willing to restart the next cycle before the current one ends, which is very unusual. The Fed is usually reacting to data, reacting to news, and for the first time that I can recall, they're significantly trying to be proactive, right? So we haven't seen the recession in a material way, but they're going to go ahead and kickstart the economy by lowering rates, if they do indeed do that. What do you want to do as an investor? Well, you want to do what the market's doing. You want to embrace risk. If that's the case, what typically works as the Fed indicates they're going to stimulate and move us forward and move the next cycle, you want to buy risk, you want to go down cap, you want to go into value over growth, and you want to diversify into a broader swath of the economy. And if you look up at the S&P 500, which is lagging today, or you look at the Russell 1000 growth, those are very concentrated indices in a handful of names, and that's not what you want right now. And investors are are voting with their money today and buying risk, which is the right thing to do in the short term if the Fed is truly going to do what they say they're going to do.
Brian, tell us about your outlook for the timing of cuts, because it seems like you are forecasting them to be a bit later than what the markets expect, and that could really disappoint a lot of people who are parking their money on betting on those early cuts.
For the better part of 2 years, the market has been habitually early in expecting cuts from the Fed, and always had to kind of keep pushing that to the right. And this is the first time the Fed has, in my opinion, given us clear evidence that they actually are thinking about cutting rates. Now, I still stay in the camp that they're going to be longer and later in doing so than what the market's pricing in. I think we're going to have to wait for them to actually see evidence that inflation truly is going in the right direction. Now, the only exception to that, which might be the way this plays out, and the reason the Fed might be right and the market might be right, is that we have poor data coming through. The consumer looks to me to be weakening, although in a okay place today, definitely weakening.
I was going to say, did you see the retail sales data this morning?
Yeah, I did see
Pretty
that.
good.
Pretty good so far, but if you look at spending in general, it's starting to weaken. You're seeing trade down behavior. You're seeing credit being extended with the credit card companies. You're seeing delinquencies move higher. You're seeing banks unwilling to lend. These are all typically very good leading indicators to a slowing of the consumer spending power. And talking to companies, they're still fearful, right? We see things as being okay, but they are seeing evidence of demand slowing in certain pockets. So my thought is that, again, I think the market is too early in predicting Fed cuts if indeed we're not going to run into trouble. But if we are going to run into trouble, the Fed will be right. But if that's the case, the market probably is embedding more risk and more downside in the first half of this year.
You have an interesting play here. You know, one of the things we've seen part of this year, yes, it's been AI has been a theme, but another theme has been these GLP-1 weight loss drugs, and they've impacted not just the companies that are plays on them directly, but also a lot of other industries like beverages, like med tech. How does that theme kind of inform kind of where you're looking for individual names here?
It's been remarkable how the GLP-1, the weight loss drugs, have permeated so many different areas of the market. We even had analysts on the sell side talking about how airlines are going to benefit because people will weigh less and will use less gas to fly planes. I mean, it was remarkable. And so maybe some of that's right, but to embed that into the valuations in some of the consumer staple stocks, the healthcare stocks already, is a chance for us as longer-term investors to allocate capital where the market's being fearful, where it's running away from. So in med tech, for example, in the orthopedic space, a company like Zimmer, where they do hip and knee replacements, one of the reasons that people need those is because they're a little bit heavier, and then that causes them to break down a little sooner in life, and they have to replace it. And those stocks sold off because, if we're all lighter, we're not going to need those replacements anymore. Well, the reality is that a lot of people don't qualify for those because they're too heavy, and it could actually move people into that category. And you just extrapolate that across the rest of med tech, and then you look into staples where people are going to start consuming less beverages, less food. Maybe we're talking about very small percent of the population and very small volume changes here that I think were over-exaggerated in valuations. So we have been allocating capital into healthcare, into staples, taking advantage of the opportunity.
Yeah, one of those staples that you wanted to highlight was Keurig Dr. Pepper. Tell us a little bit about your view on that one.
It's a business most of us as consumers know well. The cold soda business with Dr. Pepper and other brands has been doing very well. We've seen tremendous pricing power across the main beverage players all the way through COVID, and that's allowed the margins in that business to stay strong, and demand has held up, maybe flying in the face of the whole GLP-1 conversation. The other side of that business, which many of us know well, is the coffee side with Keurig, and they're a leader in that space, and they're a leader by a long shot. Where we've seen trouble is on the coffee side, though. The coffee inflation on the cost of goods sold has come through rapidly, and the ability to raise prices, given the structural dynamics of that industry, is slower. It's more lag than what you see on the soda side, and so margins have compressed there. On top of that, consumption at home has gone down as people have gone back to work, and the market has extrapolated that as being a new normal forever, essentially. We think that's not the case. We're already seeing the margins begin to improve on the coffee side as the company is now rolling through price increases, and I think we're going to see demand stabilize and actually maybe inflect again as they invest in new areas like cold brew, which is very popular, and energy drinks on the soda side. So those investments they're making with their balance sheet, I think, will amplify the upside as we recover the margin of the coffee into 2024 and beyond.
One of the concerns out there in the marketplace, of course, is just commercial real estate, and kind of where we're going with that, particularly on the office space side. You guys have an investment in CBRE. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, this is an opportunity to build a bigger position in a name that we've owned for a long time. And this company has done a tremendous job reinventing their business or reinvesting their capital into more stable recurring cash flow streams of building maintenance and building services. And that's been growing nicely, even through this call it office recession we've been having, commercial real estate fear. That business is providing a lot of cash flow that then can be invested across the business. And where you're getting the opportunity today is because the transaction-based side of their business has fallen, right? They do a lot of sales, a lot of leasing, and as people have become more concerned about what the right price is to do these things, as rates rise, a lot of leverage that is used in commercial real estate. And so this price discovery needs to happen. Sellers don't like the prices anymore. Buyers don't want to pay the higher price of seller demands, and nothing gets done. And so that hurts their revenue, hurts their margins, hurts their earnings. The stock has fallen. But as they're going through this, they're taking that cash flow stream they're getting on the maintenance side and reinvesting it so that the platform is much bigger, much better, much stronger as the cycle then changes. And so I look for them to grow nicely in 2024 and beyond, especially if rates keep falling like we're seeing right now.
Exactly. Hey, Brian, thanks so much for taking the time to join us. Really appreciate getting some of your thoughts there. Brian Van Conkrite is our portfolio manager, senior global equity at Allspring Global Environment Investments, Menominee Falls. Hard to pronounce that. Menominee Falls, Wisconsin.
You got it.
It's just something's in the water out there. They got a lot of smart investors. What's going on? Let's head down to Washington, D.C. right now. Nancy Lyons, Scott Walden, National News Force.
Thanks, Paul. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is in Israel, conferring with leaders there about the ongoing war on Hamas. Ahead of today's meetings, Israel's defense minister signaled that the war will last more than several months, even as the international community urges a ceasefire. 2 Americans remain in custody in Russia, Paul Whelan and Evan Gershkovich. Today, Russian President Vladimir Putin sounded willing to resolve the situation. He speaks here through an interpreter.
We want to reach an agreement, and these agreements must be mutually acceptable and must suit both parties. We have contacts with our American partners on this matter. The dialogue on this matter is ongoing. It's not easy. I hope we find a solution. The American side must hear us and make a decision that will satisfy the Russian side.
During his year-end press conference today, Putin was asked about a proposal from the U.S. for the release of the Americans that was rejected by Russia earlier this month. He stressed that Moscow is not refusing to release them, just wants something in return. More signs of trouble for the Biden campaign in the latest Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll. It shows the president now trailing former President Donald Trump in all 7 of the swing states that were tracking this cycle. Bloomberg Washington correspondent Anne-Marie Cordern.
Biden is losing support from these groups that he has to win. We're talking about Black Americans, young Americans, and women voters. So what you're going to see, though, is potentially, though, the fact that Biden could build on this. It's about bringing back in the people who voted for him in 2020. So it does look very good for the former president.
Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Cordern reports the president trails former President Trump by 5 percentage points across the 7 swing states. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. We do check markets all day long. Here at Bloomberg, the party continues. Bring on more tequila. We have got the S&P 500 index up another 25 points, adding to yesterday's Fed-inspired surge. The Dow up 170 now, higher by 0.5%. We are looking at a record for the Dow. We've got NASDAQ up 69 points now, up by about 0.5%. The Russell 2000 now surging by 2.9%. That index up 56 points. 10-year at 3.90% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.34%. Gold up $9 the ounce to $2,037. And right now we have got West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 4.1%, 72.33 a barrel. WTI up now by $2.86. So Wall Street is extending its rally after dovish Federal Reserve signals unleashed a bullish pulse across markets, fueled by optimism. The world's largest economy will be able to avoid a recession. So the S&P, as I mentioned, higher by 25 points, up by 0.5%. A personalized vaccine developed by Merck and Moderna helped prevent the recurrence of severe skin cancer for 3 years in promising new results from a study. The companies say patients with severe melanomas who got the vaccine and Merck's cancer drug Keytruda were 49% less likely to die or have their cancer return than those who got Keytruda alone. Merck shares, they're up now down by 0.4%. Moderna is surging now by 11.5%. Recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 25, up 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellett, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, very good, Charlie Pelt. We appreciate that. We have Molly Smith, Paul Sweeney. We're live here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well, so you can check us out there, searching Bloomberg Radio. We had some retail sales this morning, Molly. They came in, pretty darn solid. Higher than expectations, higher than the previous month. I mean, I guess that suggests, at least in November, the consumer's in pretty darn good shape. Let's check in with somebody who looks at this holistically. Jill Blanchard, President of Enterprise Client Solutions at Advantage Solutions. Advantage Solutions is an advertising and marketing firm, publicly traded company. ADV is the ticker, $1.1 billion market cap. Stocks hitting a 52-week high today, so good for them. So, Jill, what did you make of those retail sales data that we got today? Did that jive with what you're seeing in the marketplace?
It really indicates there were some winners and some, losers, but not so much winners. And so certainly I think in the area of gifting, it looks good. Autos down. Consumer packaged goods, where we spend a good deal of our time in research, ended up 2% down, despite the fact that most manufacturers and retailers thought that we'd see a 1 to a 5% increase. And so it didn't quite turn out the way that we thought. That will probably continue for the rest of the holiday season.
Well, let's talk about some of those losers. I think it's fair to say that, at least for department stores, that was a pretty big down arrow. Also, the electronics and appliances category. And remember, a lot of those retailers, the big ticket item side, like Whirlpool, saying that they're seeing demand waning in those areas. So what do you make of some of those categories where the weakness is? Is that also to be expected?
Big ticket item purchases are definitely one of the first places that consumers go as they're feeling the pinch of inflation, whether it's a repayment of student loan or SNAP. Consumers say that they will, curb their big ticket spending, the big out of home spending, and instead they'll substitute it with smaller indulgences, whether it's food or non-food. So yes, consistent.
So what do you think? What are your clients telling you about this holiday period, this holiday shopping period? I know the expectations going in was for some modest growth, low single digits maybe. What are you seeing as we kind of get to the final stages?
Our clients in consumer packaged goods, again, there were some winners, there were some losers. Again, thought it was going to be 1 to 5% up. It was 2% down. So we are anticipating that to continue for the rest of the holiday season. We did see consumers turn to things like more economic meal options. So we saw things like fresh baked goods down, but like frozen pies up. We also saw, which I thought was really interesting, warm weather having an impact on categories.
Yep.
Sorry.
No, we've heard that more than once today, and then we always feel like we hear about the weather, both good and bad, I guess.
Yeah, so listen to this. So the categories that saw great growth for the 4 weeks that led up to Thanksgiving were pool chemicals, outdoor lawn products, sun care, charcoal, lighter fluid.
Those people in the South?
Yeah.
They're out of here.
Not where I live either, but yes, those were big winning categories for the month up to Thanksgiving.
Interesting. And so, this retail sales report, this is for the month of November. We're still obviously got a lot of time, or maybe, a decent amount of time for some gift giving to still be done. How much do you think could really ride still into December? Is there still a lot more shopping to be done?
One of the things that we saw this year, which is different than the past, that we expect to carry over to Christmas, is the last minute shopping. So we saw an inordinate amount of shopping on the 2 days before Thanksgiving, which we usually see spread out for the 2 weeks before. So our retailers and manufacturers are gearing up to make sure that they have the supply and the sales and promotions for the few days before Christmas, because we do think that that's going to carry over.
What we heard from the Federal Reserve yesterday is that they, I think, are feeling confident that their efforts to lower inflation are in fact working. My personal inflation gauge is just a gallon of gasoline, and that has fallen dramatically over the last.
I can tell you the Fed's not doing that.
Not doing that. So, Jill, are we? But one of the areas that's still a little bit persistent is food inflation. So, and you talk a lot about some of these packaged goods companies that you deal with. How does that typically play out? Should we see the prices in the supermarkets start to come down?
Manufacturers and retailers are really sensitive to the economic pressures of their shopper, and they're trying to provide that value to them in a number of ways, whether that's a smaller size product at a lower price point, or all the larger products with a better price per ounce, or more promotions, deeper promotions, focus on lower price categories, so like a pasta instead of steak, as well as a focus on things that you could do maybe in the home versus outside the home, like hair care and nail care. So lots of different strategies that we're looking at to really cater to that consumer that has the economic pressures.
So we've obviously got also a time of year when there's a lot of different promotions, discounts across the retailing world. And this was interesting because we got the CPI report out earlier this week that those core goods prices, so the ones excluding food and energy, dropped for a 6 month in November. So that probably means then that the strength in the retail sales number reflects more purchasing activity. So it seems like then these discounts are working, right? People are coming into the stores or shopping online. Either way.
We are seeing a dichotomy between shoppers that are shopping what we call an everyday low price, so things that you see at like a Walmart, versus a sales tag shopper. So we do see both, and retailers have the really hard challenge of catering to both shoppers because they've got both shoppers coming in store looking for the lowest absolute price, which they can all see online, as well as that sales tag price. And so they do both of those, and consumers do respond to both of those.
How promotional are retailers these days? Can I go out and can I get some deals if I do in fact buy some gifts?
Absolutely. Retailers are all about capturing that shopping trip, and they'll look at a number of different things to ultimately get that shopping trip, that basket, because with that basket comes other items too. So they will lean in heavily on areas that they need to promote and not in those that they don't. But anything to get that trip.
Yep, absolutely. Jill, thanks so much for joining us, sharing those insights. Jill Blanchard, she is the president of Enterprise Client Solutions at Advantage Solutions. I don't know, I think, when you talk to retail analysts and investors, it's always about, how much promotion they have to do to kind of get you in the door, because that goes right to the margin on that sale. So
definitely.
It's important there.
Yeah, I still want to get at more of the discrepancy between the brick and mortar and online dichotomy. Like this report really showed more that the e-commerce space, at least in November, was doing a lot better than brick and mortar, and that seems to be a return more to the pre-COVID trend also. So
yeah, although a lot of retail folks will tell you that the industry has right-sized. They've closed enough stores over the last 10, 15 years that most retailers are in pretty good shape there, and that it's all about kind of this omni-channel, combining both the e-commerce and the on-site bricks and mortar, and that seems to be what customers like these days. Still strength in the market here. S&P 500 up 0.6%. We're going to call out the Russell 2000 up 2.9%. How about that? This is Bloomberg. right, let's get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
Thanks, Paul. Apple is set to be hit by an EU antitrust order. Bloomberg's Scott Carr has more on that story.
Apple is facing a potentially hefty fine as well as a ban on App Store rules it allegedly used to hamper rivals in music streaming. As part of the EU's recent crackdown on big tech, people familiar say European regulators are finishing up a decision on Apple's practice of blocking music services from pushing their users away from the Apple App Store toward alternative, usually cheaper options.
Now, that decision slated for early next year. Apple right now up about 0.2%. From tech to entertainment, billionaire activist investor Nelson Peltz has nominated 2 directors to the board of Walt Disney. Now, Peltz's Trian Fund Management has put forward former Disney CFO Jay Rizzullo and Peltz himself as candidates. Now, Trian owns $3 billion or 1.8% of Disney's common stock. Peltz has been critical of Disney for the way it handled its CEO transition after Bob Iger returned to the company. Disney didn't respond for comment. It's been under pressure from investors to help boost its performance. Disney right now, it is up nearly 2%. And move over, Barbie. American Girl dolls are ready to steal your spotlight. Bloomberg's Kimberly Adams has more.
Mattel, Paramount Pictures, and Temple Hill Entertainment plan to develop an American Girl live-action movie. The announcement comes after the success of Mattel's Barbie, the highest-grossing film this year.
And this is just the beginning. Mattel Films is preparing about 14 live-action movies based on its popular toys and card games like Uno. Mattel right now is up nearly 1%. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, looking at these markets, continuing to hold the gains here. The S&P and the Dow both up about 0.4%. The Nasdaq up about 0.3%. And again, we're calling out the Russell 2000 small cap stocks. It's up about 2.8%. Yields coming in pretty substantially, 10 basis points on your 10-year. We're now down to 3.91% on that. Oil seeing a rally here, up about 4%. WTI crude oil just over $72 per barrel right now. We were below 70 just a couple of days ago. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. Nancy Lyons has got world and national news for us.
Thanks, Paul. Russian President Vladimir Putin is back to holding his marathon end-of-the-year news conference for the first time since the invasion of Ukraine. Bloomberg's Greg Sullivan was monitoring from Warsaw and says the issue of detained Americans did come up.
We heard about a potential prisoner swap for detained Americans, Evan Gershkovich, who is a journalist with the Wall Street Journal, and Paul Whelan, a former Marine veteran. Putin said that he was seeking an acceptable deal for his side. So very interesting, especially since a court this morning in Moscow ruled against releasing Gershkovich early.
Bloomberg's Greg Sullivan reports the war in Ukraine also came up early at the news conference. Putin says the war will continue until Russia achieves, quote, denazification, demilitarization of Ukraine and its neutral status. The UN is renewing its warning of a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Philippe Lazzarini is the Commissioner General of the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East.
People are stopping aid trucks, taking the food and eating it right away. And this is how desperate and hungry they are. And I witnessed this firsthand.
Lazzarini says the Palestinians are feeling betrayed and forgotten by the international community. U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is in Israel today to discuss the ongoing war against Hamas and international concerns about civilian casualties. President Biden this afternoon will be going to the National Institutes of Health outside of Washington to talk about lowering prescription drug prices. Earlier today, the administration announced drug companies that raised the price of 48 prescription medications used by more than 750,000 seniors will be forced to pay rebates to Medicare in the first quarter of next year. The administration says the price hikes violate terms of the Inflation Reduction Act. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Paul and Molly.
Nancy Lyons, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Molly Smith, Paul Sweeney with you here. What's up with our bull in New Jersey?
The bull has been caught. Was spotted running on the loose over Newark Penn Station. Newark, as in New Jersey, not New York Penn. So this was crazy. So this bull, the first report of it on the loose was at 10:30 a.m. It looks like it was only really resolved like a half hour ago. This guy was running around for 2 hours.
Running around all over like Newark, and I guess they finally corralled him near the airport.
Yeah, the bull was caught and tranquilized, and it will be retrieved and safeguarded by a local animal sanctuary. And I got to give hats off to Governor Phil Murphy on his tweet on this. He reposted on X a video of the bull running on the tracks and said, "I've always been bullish on Jersey's future, but this is just a step too far."
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and this thing it looked like I know anything about that other than what I watch on Yellowstone. I learned I've considered all my ranching knowledge comes from the TV show Yellowstone. It looked like a longhorn steer. I mean, it had these huge horns on it, and I don't know where in the world that could have come from. Because in New York City and Manhattan and Brooklyn, they still have, I think, slaughterhouses and stuff like that. So
yeah, I mean,
every once in a while you get something running around.
It probably wasn't from the Bronx Zoo. I mean, I have even less animal knowledge than you on this front. But like John Tucker said earlier this morning, is this symbolic? Maybe could this now be the end of the bull run,
or the beginning of a new
or the
one?
beginning?
I don't know. But I mean, if this turns out that somebody actually had this like in their backyard as a pet and it got loose, I mean, I don't know where.
Who's keeping a bull as a pet these days?
I don't know, but people do the strangest
things. Those crazy
things out
folks
there.
in Jersey.
It's crazy folks in Jersey. We'll keep you posted.
We're one of them.
Yeah. So the bull's been tranquilized, and I think they're going to take it to some safe place. So good for the bull. Good for New Jersey. S&P 500 up 0.3%. The Russell up 2.6%. Sound On with Joe Matthew from Washington, D.C. That starts right now.
our nation's capital. This is Bloomberg Sound On.
Two major stories that we're following here developing before our eyes.
What does it say about Trump's influence on the Republican Party?
What can the Biden administration do on its own to support Israel?
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from DC's top name.
The Republican caucus is at war with itself.
Members of Congress would have a press conference every day if somebody would cover that.
There is bipartisan support for Israel.
This is one of the big ones we only see once every decade or 2 decades in the Middle East.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Donald Trump takes the lead in Michigan. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. As the latest Bloomberg News poll shows Trump moving ahead of Joe Biden in the critical swing state, even as the Supreme Court now prepares to weigh in on the former president's legal future. We'll talk it all out with Bloomberg politics reporter Nancy Cook. She's got more on the campaign, and with Nick Ackerman, the former Watergate prosecutor, with us this day after the House voted to authorize an impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden. Analysis today from our panel with a lot to talk about here. Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist Rick Davis is with us, along with Brad Howard, Democratic strategist, now at the Vogel Group. So we wind it up, as always, with a fresh start on Wall Street. Let's get an update on trading now from Charlie Pellet in New York.
Thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We've got the Dow, the S&P, they are pushing higher, but NASDAQ, the NASDAQ 100 index, all of a sudden, they are in the red. We begin there with the NASDAQ Composite Index down 0.1%. NASDAQ 100 Index down 0.4%. But to put that all in context, the S&P holding on to an 8-point gain right now, up by about 0.2%. Dow Industrials 37,207, up 117, up by 0.3%. The Dow pushing further into record territory. So Wall Street extending its rally after dovish Federal Reserve signals unleashed a bullish pulse across markets. Fueled by optimism, the world's largest economy will be able to avoid a recession. So where does one find opportunity in this market? Peter Cheer is head of macro strategy at Academy Securities.
I think you're going to get a lot of excitement about the IPO market coming back. This really sets the stage, I think, for a better base for risk on. It's not just going to be the squeeze. Having said that, I think you want to be a little bit cautious on the things that have won most. People are going to look elsewhere. What can you do? Small caps, all those things, the banks, commercial real estate, all of a sudden you breathe new life into that.
And you can hear more of the conversation with Peter Cheer on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. 10-year yield, 3.92% with a 2-year right now, 4.36%. Spot gold up $6 the ounce to $2,033. And we've got West Texas Intermediate crude oil surging 4% right now, $72.26 a barrel on WTI. The International Energy Agency is slashing estimates for this quarter as global oil demand growth slows down sharply. The IEA sliced nearly 400,000 barrels a day from assessments of consumption growth for the final 3 months of this year. Indeed, we do have oil stocks rallying today. A case in point, ExxonMobil up now by 2.7%. ADRs of BP, they are up by 2.3%. Chevron shares, they're up now by 3%. And again, West Texas Intermediate crude up now by 4%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, we thank you. Welcome to the Thursday edition of Bloomberg Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington as we embrace Little Friday and watch a long train of cars make their way to the airport. The lawmakers are leaving, and we don't have a lot to show for it here. We're going to get to that as we lead our conversation today with the latest polling from Bloomberg News and Morning Consult. It's our big story today, and it's not great for Joe Biden. Trump pulls ahead in Michigan is the headline, and some troubling statistics inside this poll that we're going to talk about with Nancy Cook involving not only the job that he's doing, but specifically the economy and the lack of support that we've been seeing among union members after he became the first president to walk the picket line, raising a lot of questions today. And so it's great to have Nancy Cook, Bloomberg senior national political correspondent, at the table. Great to see you. You've been talking through this all day. What kind of ideas have you come up with here? Specifically, we're talking Michigan again, a state where he should be outperforming for the investment of personal time, energy, and money that he has made in the UAW, in the auto industry, in organized labor. What's happening?
Also, there's universities in Michigan. I mean, all of these places
in Michigan should be like pockets of support for Biden. And what we saw in the latest Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll is that Trump is now ahead of Biden in Michigan. He is actually ahead of Biden in all 7 of the swing states that we polled. And this is the 3rd month that we've done the poll. So in the past, the 2 of them were tied in Michigan. Now Trump is also ahead in Michigan. And so what this shows to me is that, we have 3 months of data that now show Trump is really beating Biden. And it's really cementing the idea that this narrative of Bidenomics and everything that the Biden White House is doing is not taking hold. And part of Biden's problem is coming from within his own coalition, which we can talk more about. Young people, black voters, the support is really cratering.
Suburban women showing weakness. How do we rationalize that when we've seen Democrats outperform in midterms and in special elections since the end of Roe v. Wade? That was supposed to take suburban women away from Donald Trump, wasn't it?
Well, I think that the abortion issue is still very potent for Democrats, and it's still probably their best bet for 2024 and the bright spot for them. But we see a lot of voters who are upset about Biden's handling of the Israel-Hamas war. That's what young voters say. We see a lot of people who are upset about the state of the economy and inflation, the rising prices. People are upset about immigration and crime. It depends on the group, but all of these negative messages are resonating with voters now. And people really trust Trump, particularly on the economy, to handle almost every part of the economy: housing, interest rates. We polled on all these different things. The only economic issue that these voters that we spoke to trusted on Biden more with was their personal debt. So things like dealing with credit card balances and things like that.
As opposed to student loans.
Right. Even student loans, Biden is not getting credit for. People think that he's not doing enough. Or they just they're not even really aware of what he has done.
Well, yeah, so it's a sort of a damned if you do type of situation. The stock market is at an all-time high. This would have been tweet heaven in the Trump White House that you covered. And he even made the point, how can you impeach me? A lot of folks are retweeting this from 2019 when the stock market's at an all-time high. Joe Biden's got the same thing to say, but nobody associates it with him.
I think that this White House has always had a problem just selling its own record and accomplishments. Biden has done many, many things that have made progressive voters and even some centrist voters very happy. He passed sweeping packages through Congress, including the infrastructure law, the Inflation Reduction Act, had money for a bunch of green technologies. But his White House has just not been able to sort of convince Americans of his record. That's been a real sore spot for them throughout his presidency. And I think that we're seeing that really come to fruition as we head into 2024.
We're going to talk with Nick Ackerman coming up next about Donald Trump's legal problems, and Joe Biden's for that matter. But this hasn't made a dent in the polls. 4 indictments. We see him in court every other day in the lobby yelling at reporters. This has not had any detrimental effect on his standing.
It hasn't so far. But 2 things on that. One, it has not affected his standing with Republican primary voters at all. They sort of view all of these different court cases as a sham. If anything, it has mobilized and caused his base to coalesce around him. I do think that calculus may change a bit if Trump is indeed the Republican nominee, as we largely expect him to be, and the focus is now mostly on Trump and Biden. I'm not sure that independent voters and sort of moderate voters are necessarily going to want to support Trump with these legal challenges, and that is the big challenge for him heading into next year.
Fascinating stuff, and you can read a lot more about it, of course, on the terminal and online at Bloomberg.com. Nancy Cook, it's great to see you. Love to talk to you next about the ad blitz. I guess that's coming in Iowa with Donald Trump, because that's the next leg of this story, isn't it? Great to see you at the table, Nancy. Thank you. As we turn our attention now to Donald Trump's legal situation, which we were just referring to, now the Supreme Court involved, which is pretty remarkable at this point as we wait for the SCOTUS to weigh in on this idea of presidential immunity and a challenge to the obstruction charge that he and January 6 rioters are facing. The court may wait till June and likely will to weigh in on this stuff. And that trial, Jack Smith's trial, is supposed to start in March? Maybe not. Nick Ackerman is the man we like to talk to when we need to call a lawyer on this story. Of course, the founder of the law office of Nick Ackerman, former assistant U.S. attorney, former assistant special Watergate prosecutor. It's great to see you, Mr. Ackerman. Welcome back. This is the type of story, you put these two together and you see it being brought to the Supreme Court now, where people say, you know what, nothing's ever going to happen to this guy. Do you think this delays the trial that's set to begin in March?
There's no reason why it should. The special counsel has asked for expedited hearing. The Supreme Court is open to that. They've ordered Donald Trump to submit his papers by the 20th of December. I think there's going to be an oral argument shortly thereafter on this issue. This could all very well be settled and decided by the Supreme Court by mid-January. And this case will just move along in March. I mean, I think that's what's going to happen. I remember back in my Watergate days when people were saying, well, Nixon has 3 members on the Supreme Court that he's appointed. Yeah. They're all going to go his way. It didn't happen. It was 8-0 in terms of the decision, and I think you're going to see the same thing here.
Well, there are 2 separate things, and I want to delineate between them. One is the justices considering Jack Smith's request. He asked for this, to be clear, to fast-track consideration of Donald Trump's claim on presidential immunity. That's something that you are intimately familiar with, Nick. The other one has to do with the obstruction charge, and whether the way this is written, it's a law that follows the Enron scandal, and it looks like, depending on how you read it, that it might only apply to document tampering. Either of these could invalidate part of the case against Trump. You don't see the court ruling that way. Is that how I understand it?
I don't see them ruling that way at all. In fact, the statute that you're talking about refers to much more than document tampering. It really goes to all kinds of obstruction, including an obstruction of Congress. So I don't see that making a difference here. But that particular issue probably won't be decided until much later. Not that that will make a difference, because a number of people have already been convicted of obstructing Congress. It's a question for the Supreme Court. They'll respond to that issue in due course. It'll go to trial in due course against Donald Trump. And if it continues as an appeal, it'll be part of Donald Trump's appeal from a conviction, assuming he's convicted of the obstruction count. But keep in mind, there are 2 other counts that he's been charged with in that election interference trial. So
yes,
that particular count is not the be-all, end-all of the prosecution against Donald Trump.
Are you still of the mind, and correct me if I'm not remembering this the right way, that will be the first trial to begin and the first to end, Jack Smith's election tampering case?
Assuming that the Supreme Court acts quickly, which I think they will be the first case. I mean, already we have a January 18th date that starts the process of selecting a jury in this case. So I don't see this slowing down. I think the Supreme Court realizes that they've got to make this decision. It's important. This is an extraordinary circumstance. And this is one of those situations where the government's going to be able to bypass the D.C. Circuit and go straight to the Supreme Court and get a pretty quick decision. It is really not a very difficult issue. The D.C. Circuit has already spoken on it in terms of the civil cases that were brought against Donald Trump. I don't think that there's any question that running for president is not part of presidential duties. It doesn't come under the subject of presidential immunity, and I think this is going to be a fairly simple issue for the Supreme Court to deal with.
Talking with former Watergate prosecutor Nick Ackerman about the former president, let's move to the current president. Mr. Ackerman, this took place yesterday in the House of Representatives.
On this vote, the yeas are 221 and the nays are 212. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The final act, it seems, of this House before they head home, codifying, formalizing, making official an impeachment inquiry that actually was already underway by direction of the leadership in the House. Nick, there are a lot of questions after we saw Joe Biden's son, Hunter, up there yesterday at the podium. A lot of questions about how they will prove a link between his bad behavior and the actions of the current president of the United States. Where's the evidence?
A number of years to do that, and they haven't done it. There doesn't appear to be any link between what he's done with his taxes, what he did with the gun charge. None of that has anything to do with Joe Biden. This is a purely political act by the House Republicans, done at the behest of Donald Trump, to try in some way tar Joe Biden. The fact of the matter is, there's no evidence. There is no evidence they've developed during the entire time that Donald Trump was in office, and everyone knew about the Hunter Biden situation. They never came up with anything, and there's no reason to think they're suddenly going to come up with anything new at this point.
Well, I'm confused, and that's not unusual for me, but the chair of the Oversight Committee says that he's going to hold Hunter Biden in contempt. The chair of the Judiciary Committee said this as well, for not showing up to testify, albeit they wanted him behind closed doors, but he showed up and said, I'm here and I will testify in public. Does that count as being a no-show? How would you be held in contempt for showing up?
You can't be held in contempt. I mean, can you imagine this going before a jury and Hunter Biden's lawyer standing up and saying, he came here, he honored the subpoena, he was willing to do it, but he wasn't going to do it behind closed doors. That's just asking for an acquittal on a contempt charge.
Is there going to be a need for a so-called smoking gun piece of paper that shows the connection here for this to move to an impeachment trial?
The only way this moves to an impeachment trial is if they can show some violation by the president that he engaged in a high crime or a misdemeanor. They don't even have a parking ticket against him at this point. So I just don't see where this is going. It's just going to be another grandstanding play by the Republican Congress trying to raise doubts about Joe Biden when there's no there.
Yeah, you don't think it gets to the Senate?
It'll never get to the Senate. I can't imagine this getting to the Senate. I mean, it could, in the fact that you get all the same Republicans who wound up voting for this formal hearing based on what Donald Trump wanted. I suppose they could all do the same thing and bring an impeachment against Joe Biden. But they've got to have some facts. You've got to have a charge. You've got to say he did something wrong. And like I said, right now, I don't have a parking ticket to charge against him.
It's good to see again Nick Ackerman with us here on Bloomberg Sound On, a voice of experience here as we bring you conversations with insiders in Washington who've been there every day on this program. Our panel is next. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long. Here at Bloomberg, we have got the Dow, the S&P. They are both higher, but NASDAQ, the NASDAQ 100 index, they are in the red right now, selling off. Let's begin with the NASDAQ Composite Index, down 26 points now, a drop there of 0.2%. The NASDAQ 100 index, down 76, drop there of 0.5%. But to put it all in context, the S&P holding on to a 6-point gain, up by about 0.1%, bringing the year-to-date gain for the S&P to 22.7%. The Dow up 88 points. That is an advance of 0.2%. Wall Street is seeing another day of gains after dovish Federal Reserve signals unleashed a bullish pulse across markets, fueled by optimism that the U.S. economy will be able to avoid a recession. Equities, though, have traded off their highs. The S&P is still up for a 6th straight session. 10-year yield 3.92%, with a 2-year right now at 4.37%. Gold up $4 the ounce to $2,031, up by about 0.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 4.1%, 73.32 right now for a barrel of WTI. Job cuts at Cruise, the autonomous vehicle unit, majority owned by General Motors. It is cutting 24% of its workforce, extending a sweeping overhaul of the business after dismissing 9 top executives. General Motors shares, they do remain higher now by 5.6%. Recapping, stocks are trading mixed, with NASDAQ lower, the Dow, the S&P, they're both higher. S&P up by 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
So how is it possible that President Biden is losing suburban women and union workers in the state of Michigan? That's what we learned today in the new Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll. He would lose to Donald Trump, according to our poll, if the election were held today in the state of Michigan, specifically 46-42. Donald Trump now leads Joe Biden. They were tied in the same survey October into November. That's where we begin our conversation with our panel. Rick Davis is with us. He's been around this poll a couple times already. Of course, Republican strategist and Bloomberg Politics contributor joined today. But Brad Howard, Democratic strategist, former spokesperson for the Blue Dog Democrats, now at Vogel Group. It's great to have both of you here. Rick, how do you rationalize what we're seeing in this poll? You've made the point already today. This is the most union-friendly president in American history, self-proclaimed, even walked a picket line, and he's losing among union members. After Roe v. Wade, he loses suburban women. Do you believe the numbers? Is it too early? What's happening?
Yeah, first of all, I'd say absolutely believe the numbers, right? We now have 3 polls in a row, 3 months in a row, where we can compare the results and start getting a really clear picture, not just on what we see politically for both Trump and Biden, but what we see as a trend throughout the polling. And what we're seeing for a trend is that voters are really, they're in a bad mood. They're grumpy. They're not happy with either one of these candidates. Whether they are swing voters or base voters, they're in a bad mood. And when you put a bunch of voters in a bad mood, you start asking them questions, you're going to get responses like what we see in this poll, and that is union households typically would be supportive of any Democratic president, but wildly supportive, you would think, of the most Democratic president maybe in history. And yet there are things they care about more than just being union members. They care about the price of their food and the price of gas and the price of the cars they build in order to be able to buy. And all these things will put pressure on these households, and they're not happy about it. And so even though Joe Biden arguably has been very positive for union households, his economy has not been. And until that economy changes, or until they perceive that economy getting better, they're more likely to continue to be grumpy and not give Biden credit for what he's done as president and hold it against him even on the ballot.
Brad Howard, you're going to remind me this is within the margin of error, I'm guessing, and that would be true. 46-42 with a margin of 4% here. But shouldn't Joe Biden be outperforming with the credentials he has with these two groups?
Well, look, I think
think the point here is not to look at any one poll, but to look at trends, right? We can argue over margins of error and et cetera, but as a former campaign manager, you're always making sure your candidate's going the right direction. And again, the trends are not great for the president at the moment. I would point out we're still a year out. I think he's building a good story to tell. Obama was, I think at 38% approval in October 2011 and beat Mitt Romney a year later. And keep in mind that union households, President Trump kind of shook up the snow globe with union households. I mean, that was part of the reason he won in 2016. Yes, Hillary Clinton had better policy for these union households, but they rallied to him all across the Midwest, and the blue wall fell, and that's how President Trump got elected in 2016. So winning back these union households, they're not Biden's to lose. I don't like that narrative. They are Biden's to win. He has got to go out and win and convince these voters that not only is he going to protect their economic interests, he's going to keep them safe here at home and abroad, and he's going to protect their children and the environment and their safety when they go to school and et cetera. And so the other point I'll point out here is we're looking at head-to-head candidate matchups. You've got to throw in the issues. Issues matter, particularly right now with abortion. I think in some of these states where abortion rights aren't guaranteed, and when you have President Trump endorsing a national abortion ban, that is going to fire up the base, and the polling isn't capturing that energy yet.
One issue we did poll on was the economy, and that's been consistently underperforming for Joe Biden. Rick, you pointed out, though, and this is important a little bit earlier, that as you look through the crosstabs of this poll and do what you do best, you actually see indications that some voters are growing more positive about their local economies. Does that eventually expand to the nation's economy?
Well, we'll see. The point is that when the pollsters ask the questions about, like, how do you feel about the economy, they talk about it as sort of a national economy, and voters give their impression, and all of that is negative. But then they ask about how's the economy at your state, and how's the economy at your locality, and there's a noticeable uptick in people's attitudes about their state and local economy, especially their local economy. Almost across the board in these 7 states, people feel actually more positive about their local economy, over 50%. And so if you had an economy where voters were saying nationally over 50% they're happy with it, my guess is that changes the prospects that Joe Biden has to be able to campaign on. Look at this economy that I brought to you. I mean, the headlines today are terrific for the economy, but if you're not feeling it locally, that's not great. But if you are feeling it locally, but you're worried about the country, you got to change that aspect. It may come in time. Give them a shot at these voters, and I'm sure that's what the Biden folks are banking on.
Brad, those of us watching you on YouTube are being warmed by the glow of your Yule log in the office, and I salute you for it. If you were Joe Biden's new campaign manager, how could you warm people up here on all of these issues? Is it about getting them on the road? Does he need to start holding events? Is it putting up billboards or buying ads? I'm seeing here that voters 18 to 34 don't want to vote for this guy. That's supposed to be the sweet spot, isn't it?
Well, look, I'll say a couple things to reflect the previous conversation as well. What we saw this week was not only unemployment remaining low, inflation coming down, but for the first time in a long time, we're starting to see noticeable jumps in consumer confidence. That's consumer confidence in the economy. Heading into the holiday season, if folks feel good about their economic futures, and that's going to lead to increased spending and a more robust economy. So I think we're seeing at the local level, I think you're starting to see it national polling as well. That's nothing but good news for the president. In terms of advising the president here, there was a speech that the president gave in front of a group of union workers, and he was charming. I think he was funny. I think sometimes people forget what he's like out of the confines of the White House. I hope they do more of that. I think he even made a joke about somebody who fell, and he was like, I want the media to know that wasn't me. And so, it was just kind of an off-the-cuff joke, but it just reminds you of like this Uncle Joe vibe that people always really liked about him, the warmth and the empathy he has. And look, when you look at, there's a lot of domestic concerns going on right now. The battle for democracy is still there, but younger voters in particular kind of have grown up in these doomsday scenarios. A lot of them were born in 9/11. They were, watched their families go through the Great Recession. They lived through a pandemic. And so this idea that democracy is on the line doesn't really work for them. So I think you've got to go out and talk to young voters. Obviously, Democrats are losing a lot of support right now among young voters because of the issue in Israel. It's really divided that 18 to 30 demographic more than any other issue I've seen in my lifetime. The president's got some work to do there. I think he's right on the policy. I think he's right in national security. But that is a problem for the Democratic Party at the moment.
Rick, you've known Joe Biden for years. Does more FaceTime help?
I think good FaceTime helps, right? I mean, I've seen speeches by Joe Biden that are pretty hard to get through. And then I've seen him really rally a crowd, as Howard was saying. So you got to be consistent and you got to be positive. But where's the campaign? I mean, Howard talked about abortion being an issue. They don't have a single ad up that talks about abortion. How about the economy? How many ads do they have in targeted swing states like the ones that Bloomberg just polled, talking about his record of an economy? I mean, like this is the most non-campaign I've ever seen. Joe Biden himself is personally going around, but there's no seemingly ground operation to wage war against Donald Trump. And the only thing they have going for him is Donald Trump isn't really waging much of a campaign himself. I mean, I feel like we're back in COVID where everyone's sitting in their basement waiting for the campaign to begin.
Maybe that is the definition of a geriatric campaign, because we got two of them that may or may not be operating here. But the results from the poll are fascinating. And Rick made a good point here. We've got 3 months. Dissect these numbers if you want to play along in your home game. We've got it for you on Bloomberg.com and on the terminal as well. Not great news in Michigan. We're going to keep tabs on these 7 states as we roll through this election year. And I'll just point to next hour, we'll be joined by Eli Oakley from Morning Consult to break down a little bit more of what we learned. Great panel with Rick Davis, Brad Howard. We'll have a lot more ahead after we check world and national news with Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. President Biden is set to promote his efforts to lower drug costs during a trip to Maryland this afternoon. Biden will be delivering remarks at the National Institutes of Health. He's expected to announce that dozens of pharmaceutical companies will be required to pay rebates to Medicare because they raised drug prices faster than the rate of inflation. The White House says the rebate payments are expected to save seniors who take those drugs between $1 and nearly $2,800 per dose. Today marks 11 years since the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting, and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries used the occasion to call for tougher gun measures.
We will continue to speak up. We will continue to show up. We will continue to stand up. We will not rest until we end the gun violence epidemic in the United States of America.
Jeffries says there have been 635 mass shootings this year alone, and that's evidence of the need for reforms. Michael Bloomberg, the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg LP, the parent of Bloomberg Radio, is a donor to groups that support gun control. Some positive movement for Ukraine today. Fresh off a trip to the U.S., Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky today gave a speech to a summit of European Union leaders as he seeks to open membership talks. It must have worked because the EU says it will open those talks after a unanimous vote. Hungary was pushing back on the idea, and Prime Minister Viktor Orban was not in the room for that final vote. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Earlier gains for the stock market are fading. Right now we have got the S&P 500 index holding on to a 2-point gain. It is up by less than 0.1%. The Dow up 58, higher by 0.2%. Earlier gains for both NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index, they have both disappeared. NASDAQ now down 29 points, a drop there of 0.7%. The NASDAQ 100 index down 77, a decline of 0.5%. 10-year yield 3.93% with a 2-year 4.37%. Gold up $4.50 the ounce now to $2,032, up by about 0.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude is surging 4%, 72.27 right now for a barrel of WTI. The rally in stocks driven by the Federal Reserve's dovish tilt yesterday and signs of a soft landing lost steam on speculation that the market may have run too far, too fast. Retail sales advanced at the start of the holiday shopping season, topping forecasts. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
8 of 13 categories rose in November, led by eateries, sporting goods, and online retailers. However, department stores lost ground. Gasoline sales also dropped as pump prices fell. Separately, weekly jobless claims dipped to the lowest since October, and November import prices declined for a second month. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Among retailers, Macy's is up 0.9%. Target up by 2%. Kohl's now up by 4.4%. Amazon lower by 1.7%. Bottom line, Dow, S&P, they are both higher. NASDAQ, the NASDAQ 100 index, both retreating. Apple pulling back from a record. Apple down now by 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
House and Senate set to leave town today. You do not want to be between the Capitol and the airport a little while without a deal on the border, without funding for Ukraine, of course, then, and without funding for Israel, or for that matter, a path to avoid a shutdown next year. They did, however, in the House of Representatives, vote to clear an impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden. That vote took place late yesterday along party lines in the literal sense. And it's got a lot of folks asking about the strategy here because, as we discussed with Nick Ackerman earlier this hour, we haven't seen hard evidence that some might want to use to justify an impeachment, certainly an impeachment trial, and Republicans will tell you that, well, that'll come out of this inquiry. Speaker Mike Johnson backing this idea now, which has prompted, it's amazing, the power of social media sometimes for good and evil. As I woke up this morning to the clip in multiple places, this day, 4 years ago, Mike Johnson, then just a congressman, as the impeachment of Donald Trump, impeachment inquiry of Donald Trump began, prompted by Nancy Pelosi. Remember this one?
The founding fathers, the founders of this country warned against single-party impeachments, and they had a very specific reason for warning us against that. They said that it would be bitterly divisive, perhaps irreparably divisive for the country, and that's what's happened now. This is the first time in the history of this nation, in 243 years, that a president has been treated in this manner, when one party has followed and pursued a predetermined political outcome.
Well, I guess this is the second time then, as we reassemble our panel for their take. Brad Howard at Vogel Group is with us, along with Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributor. Brad, as the Democrat here at the table today, are you welcoming this, thinking it backfires on Republicans? How should the president deal with it?
Well, look, I don't welcome any abuse of the articles of impeachment. I don't think that's good for the country. I don't think it's good for history. I was one of the chief negotiators for House moderates during the impeachment inquiry. The first time, if you remember, there were strong calls from progressives to impeach Donald Trump way early on in the session. The moderates were the ones that held out for evidence, and it wasn't until we got evidence that we moved forward with the articles of impeachment, and that was the transcript of the call that President Trump placed with President Zelensky asking him to find dirt on Joe Biden, of all people. So, I think, we had hard evidence. They have yet to find hard evidence. In fact, the latest they have been able to find is something about quote unquote payments to, from Hunter Biden to Joe Biden. Turns out he was repaying auto loan payments on a Ford Raptor. So they do not have anything. And if they did, they would have moved forward a bit sooner. This is nothing more than Speaker Johnson caving to political pressure from the hardline conservatives because he's about to lose his speakership because of some other issues he's dealt with within the conference. So I think this is more of a move to placate his base than really a consequence of finding any kind of hard evidence on President Biden.
Yeah. Is this a mistake for the Republican conference, Rick? There's a lot of other business to take care of here. And when I can play you a sound of Mike Johnson speaking like that, it does call into question the credibility of this exercise.
For sure. This is seen simply as a political ploy. There's no real substance to it. In fact, not only is there no smoking gun, there may not even be a gun. Forget the smoke. And so the reality of this is the Republicans are patting themselves on their back because they have introduced right before they left town a political dynamic that Biden himself is going to have to deal with. They're going to have to sit around the White House and figure out, okay, how do we talk about this? What are we going to say about it? It's kind of a tricky thing in the middle of a presidential political campaign. And as evidenced by the Bloomberg poll, you have 1 out of 5 Democratic voters for Biden saying that they thought there was enough to go forward with an investigation. It doesn't mean that they are for impeachment, but they're willing to support an investigation. So, this isn't a straight line, right? This is not just good for Republicans, bad for Democrats. Nobody wins in this because Biden will prevail likely, that there isn't any that could happen close to the election that could make the Republicans look bad. I mean, not many people look past the length of their nose in Congress these days, and so that's how a lot of people get their nose punched in.
We're about to find out all over again, it seems. With concerns about what happens on this border deal, everyone's leaving town right now, Brad, but it's unclear exactly where we're going to go. Chuck Schumer seems to think that some progress has actually been made since the White House got involved in negotiations over the last 48 hours here. I'm looking at a Blueprint poll that is making the rounds today. Finds a lot of voters agree with Donald Trump more than they do with Joe Biden when it comes to the border. 56% of voters say Joe Biden is far more or somewhat more liberal than they are on these issues. A majority of independents say Joe Biden is far more liberal than them on the border, yet he's messaging, at least through the media, that he's open to asylum law changes and some other items that might actually bring us to a deal. You've already referenced in this conversation your experience at the negotiating table. Is this a darkest before dawn moment like we keep hearing, or is this a lost cause?
Well, I certainly hope it's not a lost cause. I hope it is the darkness before we see the brightness, because this is a national security concern, and I think too often our party is focused on saying the right things rather than doing the right things. And I think when you look at immigration policy in particular, no comprehensive immigration plan can start without first securing our border. And I would add, as a former chief of staff to a state like Florida, borders and ports. Like, we often forget the ports here, but they're just as important as the southwest border. But the southwest border is where the migrants are coming from at record numbers. And the president, I think, is trying his best to balance a very diverse party that really, I think the Republicans make a mistake sometimes when they don't look at the folks that are coming across the border as humans, right? They view them as national security threats, and certainly President Trump's rhetoric doesn't reflect any kind of humanity. And so I think what we are trying to do is create a common sense immigration reform plan, and the president introduced this on day one of his presidency, and Congress hasn't been able to act because we got no Republican cooperation in the Senate. Despite having the majority, we didn't have 60 votes in the Senate, and Republicans threatened to filibuster everything. So, this is a good issue for Republicans. Obviously, they view it as a good issue. I sometimes wonder if they really don't want to solve it. They just want to continue to use it as a political wedge to bolster their campaigns. But the president is the only one who has seriously introduced a plan. Where's the Republican plan? Like, you don't see it. And so I encourage...
They would tell you that it's H.R. 2. Republicans in the House would say it's H.R. 2. We want to see some action on that in the Senate. We know not a single Democrat voted for that, though, Brad, and I know that that's not exactly a starting point here. This is not something we're going to solve right now, but I am also compelled to see Kirsten Sinema join the negotiating table. We'll have more ahead with the panel. This is Bloomberg.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a market update because the exuberance has faded. Stocks are now completely in the red, giving up earlier gains. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, all declining. I'll have a complete update coming up 7 minutes from now. Billionaire activist investor Nelson Peltz has nominated 2 directors to the board of Walt Disney, including the media and entertainment giant's former chief financial officer. Peltz's Trian Fund Management has put forward Jay Rizzullo, who was Disney's CFO from 2010 to 2015, and Peltz himself as candidates. Walt Disney Company stock up now by just about 2%. Today is a huge day of hope. That's what the CEO of Moderna, Stéphane Bancel, is saying for people with severe skin cancer. The drug maker says it has made a personalized melanoma vaccine that will cut the risk of recurrence after 3 years by 49%. Bancel spoke this morning with Bloomberg.
In 24, we're launching RSV, which is a big opportunity. If you look at what Pfizer and GSK reported in Q3, the RSV market is around 2x what analysts expected. So that's great for us because we believe we're coming with the best product on the market. We have more launches in 25, flu plus COVID combined, and then cancer as early as 25. So basically going into sales growth, and the pipeline is really exciting.
And right now we do have Moderna shares pushing higher by 7%. Merck down 0.7%. Those are our top company stories at this hour, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
We are live from Washington, where Kevin McCarthy is enjoying his last day in the U.S. Capitol. We'll talk about that. Some final thoughts in our panelists straight ahead after we check world and national news with Nancy Lyons. For that, we go to the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is in Israel today as the war between Israel and Hamas nears the end of its 10th week. Sullivan met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and other officials as tensions build between the U.S. and Israel to new highs. Russian President Vladimir Putin is back to holding court with reporters and citizens as part of an end-of-year news conference. It's his first since he ordered the invasion of Ukraine nearly 2 years ago, and Bloomberg's Greg Sullivan monitored from Warsaw.
We've heard about the war in Ukraine, and that came up early on, where he gave an unusual amount of detail, including the number of troops that are there. But what was significant there also was that he ruled out the need for a second mobilization, actually saying that a recruiting campaign the government is currently doing has pulled in enough troops, even saying more than they had initially planned.
Bloomberg's Greg Sullivan reports Putin also addressed Russia's high inflation, which is nearly double the central bank's 4% target. He also said Russia is seeking a deal to release American prisoners, Evan Gershkovich and Paul Whelan, would suit both parties. A bill authorizing a record $886 billion in annual military spending has made it through Congress and is heading to President Biden's desk. We get more from Bloomberg's Irv Chapman.
Bill is hammered out in 2 weeks of negotiations. Armed Services Chairman Mike Rogers.
It takes compromise to move legislation in a divided government, and this bill is a good compromise.
Ranking Democrat Adam Smith.
It solidifies our alliances with our European allies, with our allies in Asia, and with Israel and our allies in the Middle East.
Opposition came from Republican culture warriors. Chip Roy.
The deal was cut by leadership to shove down a predetermined bill and said, take it.
The yeas are 310. The nays are 118.
The bill is now headed to President Biden for his signature. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. Back to you, Joe.
Right, Nancy, thanks. Big day for Kevin McCarthy. He who was once Speaker, remembering his plans announced just recently to leave the job altogether after being ousted as Speaker. A couple months went by, he decided he would not continue on in the rank and file. And so today is, in fact, Kevin McCarthy's last day on Capitol Hill, last day as an active member in the United States House. Had some comments on the floor on his way out.
If you come across that question of whether you should do what's right out of fear of losing your job, do it anyways, because it's the right thing to do, and this is what the nation requires.
All right, understand he's going on to work in AI, make a lot of money giving speeches. Some final thoughts from our panel, Rick Davis and Brad Howard. Rick, how are we going to remember Kevin McCarthy? How should we remember him?
Shortest tenure as a speaker in history, first speaker to be removed. I mean, the history is not going to treat Speaker McCarthy in a particularly positive fashion.
What do you think about this, Brad? It's not like he's left. He can continue to do whatever he wants and impact races, as we understand he plans to do with his fat war chest as a former speaker. How should we think of Kevin McCarthy, the lawmaker?
Well, look, I think it's rich that Speaker McCarthy's encouraging folks to do the right thing, politics be damned, because he did the opposite while he was speaker, and in fact, condemning President Trump's insurrection one day and then going down to kiss the ring the next at Mar-a-Lago. So, I agree. I don't think history's going to look kindly upon him. I do think he's going to continue to have a strong role within the Republican Party. He is a prolific fundraiser. He does have a knowledge and a relationships that I think can benefit the conference, politically and in terms of policy making. So he's not going anywhere.
No profiles encouraged from this panel. Great to see both of you. Thanks for the insights. Brad Howard, good to have you back. Rick Davis, we rely on you, and thanks for your insights on the poll, both of you. Our panel on the Thursday edition. Kaylee's on the way in next. Hour 2 of Sound On starts right now. Oh, Nancy cranked it down a little bit, I think. Oh, gosh. Or grab the other one. So
now, from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
Two major stories that we're following here developing before our eyes.
What does it say about Trump's influence on the Republican Party?
What can the Biden administration do on its own to support Israel?
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top name.
The Republican caucus is at war with itself.
Members of Congress would have a press conference every day if somebody would cover them.
There is bipartisan support for Israel.
This is one of the big ones we only see once every decade or 2 decades in the Middle East.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons on Bloomberg Radio.
Joe Biden is sliding in Michigan. Welcome to Hour 2 of Sound On as the latest Bloomberg News morning consult poll spells some trouble for the president, falling behind Donald Trump among some critical constituencies, suburban women, union voters, and in a very important swing state here. We're going to dive into the data and what we learned in our new poll with Eli Yoakley, political analyst at Morning Consult, with insights from Bloomberg Politics reporter Mike Dorning and Mark Niquette. They'll be with us at the table here as we make our way through the second hour of the fastest show in politics. Before that, we update Wall Street. Let's get to trading right now. Charlie Tullett in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. All of a sudden, choppy session with the S&P lower. The Dow back in the green right now. By implication, another record there. Up 34 points right now on the Dow, higher by about 0.1%. That, though, is where the positivity ends. We've got the S&P in the red, down now by 1 point, lower little change. Now, keep in mind, the best level of the day, we had the S&P up 31, higher by about 0.7%, but really deteriorating in the past hour or so, with the S&P now down by 1 point. NASDAQ, the composite index, down 46 points, a drop there of just about 0.3%. We have got the NASDAQ 100 index lower by 0.6%. 10-year yield now at 3.93%. We have got the 2-year that is now yielding 4.36%. Spot gold up $4 the ounce to $2,031, up by about 0.2%, while West Texas Intermediate crude trading higher by 4%, seeing a big move in crude oil today. WTI now at $77.26 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude. So yesterday's Fed-inspired rally is fading. As for the Federal Reserve and the inflation outlook, Neil Dutta is head of U.S. economics at Renaissance Macro Research, and he was a guest this morning on Surveillance.
The Fed is following essentially a rules-based framework where they're taking changes in inflation and the unemployment rate and translating that into expectations around the federal funds rate. And that's basically what's happening. That's what they did yesterday. And so core inflation in November is likely to come in barely 0.1% month over month.
And you can hear more of the conversation with Neil Dutta on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Amazon.com, which launched its first internet satellites in October, says it will use space lasers to ensure reliable broadband coverage. Even in the middle of the ocean, the technology will help enable a satellite to deliver data to a cruise ship, for example, even if the spacecraft is not in the range of an Amazon ground station connected to the internet. Instead, the laser will pass the request onto another satellite that has a clear view of a ground station. We do have Amazon shares trading lower now by 1.8%. Again, recapping, stocks are mixed. S&P little change, down half a point. Did give up earlier gains. The Dow keeps on going up 0.1%. NASDAQ, the composite index, down 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, the patented double point makes it official. Hey, find us on YouTube. Watch Charlie Pellet do his thing. Join us here in the studio. Any day we're on the air, go to YouTube, search Bloomberg Global News. You'll find my friend Kaylee Lyons, who just came into the studio here for part 2 of this broadcast. We've got some news. You're going to help me kind of unpack all of this because we heard from Chuck Schumer a little bit earlier today on the floor, dismayed that everyone was going home. And I've been sitting here for the last hour talking about everyone going home, and some people are. But let's listen to the majority leader because it sounds like, well, he seems to think they're onto something in these border negotiations. Here he is.
Yesterday, we had another round of productive conversations, and there was more progress. But of course, there's more work to do, and we're going to keep at it and keep at it. Last night, I filed cloture on a couple of nominations to the federal bench in the Department of Justice, with possible votes on these nominees as soon as tomorrow. To my Republican colleagues who have said action on the border is urgent, let's keep working to find a solution instead of rushing for the exits. If Republicans are serious about getting something done, they should not be so eager to go home. This may be our last best chance to get this legislation done.
Now, that was this morning. He doesn't sound like somebody who's about to pack his bags here. He's even got a couple nominations to deal with.
Yeah.
So, are they staying overtime?
We're about to find out. The majority leader is going to go back to the floor and announce what the schedule is going to look like. But there's been reports that they're going to do some votes tonight, then they'll come back Monday and try to keep working. The thing is, though, is if the Senate does stay overtime, they reach a deal, that's great. The House is still gone.
Yeah, right.
So
just ask Byron Donalds. He was standing outside the House looking across the other side of the Capitol, asked about this today.
The Senate is crazy. The Senate wants to spend more money than they voted for back in May. And now they want to spend more money on top of that. I mean, like, what are we doing? Joe Biden signed in the law, the spending levels. They want to now spend more money. So the Senate wants to break the deal.
for what it's worth, there were plenty in the Republican Party who also didn't like that deal, who want to spend less money.
Right.
So
does that sound like someone who's ready to avoid a government shutdown the beginning of next year? If you ask Hakeem Jeffries, he'd tell you the only good thing that happened this year was Democrats in the House. Here's the leader, who, by the way, held a year-end news conference. Mm-hmm. The speaker did not.
No.
So maybe he's coming back. I don't know. Here's the Democratic leader.
Anything productive that has happened in this Congress, which is not much because of the extreme MAGA Republicans, has occurred because House Democrats have led the way.
And so we wait to find out what the schedule is going to be. Looks like the House going live by now.
Yeah.
If we get some movement on the border, we'll let you know. It is not the border that appears to be driving numbers, as we could bring any number of polls out on that, but the new Bloomberg News Morning Consult swing state polls looking directly at the economy. Mm-hmm. We've talked about Bidenomics. We've talked about it with Jared Bernstein on the air, trying to figure out the disconnect. But Kaylee, these numbers go beyond disconnect. Joe Biden's losing to Donald Trump among suburban women.
Yep.
And among union voters.
Yep.
I'm scratching my head. This is Michigan. This is the guy who walked the picket line.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it really did that much, his support for the UAW. And it's not just those two groups either, Joe. Young people,
yep.
18 to 34, increasingly he is losing their support. And all of that paints a not-so-great picture for the current president when this is a state that could be absolutely critical in 2020.
I bet they're looking at this poll in the campaign. And I know Eli Oakley is. He helped us put it together. Political analyst at Morning Consult is with us right now on Bloomberg Sound On. Eli, it's good to see you. This is month 3 that we've been working on this together, so I believe that, based on the scientific method, is officially a trend here, and it's not good, is it?
You know, I used to work with the political analyst Nathan Gonzalez at Roll Call, and when we saw 3 things happening on the campaign trail, we would always say 3 is a trend, and that's what we're seeing here. I mean, in every successive survey we've seen of these 7 key states for the 2024 elections, Joe Biden has been underperforming. And in every survey, it stands out that it's his base that's the problem. It's young people. It's black voters. If you ask people who voted for Joe Biden in 2020 if they're going to do it again, they're less likely to say so than Donald Trump supporters. Clearly, he needs to rev up his own supporters, and none of this stuff is breaking through, be it his legislative accomplishments that are legitimate, be it Donald Trump's severe criminal problems and democracy challenges that bother his base, or be it the fact that these economic problems are slowing. He's got a major problem, and none of his messaging on any of these things is breaking through to the American people.
So, Eli, is it that Biden is losing right now more so than it is Trump is winning, if that makes sense?
Yeah, probably. I mean, if you're not able to pull all of your supporters from last time, and your opponent is doing better at that, I think that suggests that you're losing. And you know, I think the one thing that we should be thinking about is, everybody can say this is early, these are successive, this is not changing, but we haven't really seen the campaign litigated yet. I think Rick Davis mentioned this earlier in your show. I mean, where is the Biden ad campaign? Where is the Biden super PAC attacking Donald Trump? Where are any of these typical things we see in American politics to try to tear down your opponent? The most energizing thing for a base is going after your rivals. And, you know, I think probably because of his legitimate concerns about looking like he's interfering with the Justice Department, I think the president has been scared of going after Trump on some of these legal issues. But you know, he's got an economic case he could start making to the American people. It's just not breaking it through because they're not quite buying it. I mean, one of the most interesting things that we saw in this survey is good chunks of swing state voters still see prices as increasing, despite all the reports we've seen that it's getting better. We're starting to see the share of voters in some of these states that say they see prices as increasing decline since October, but it's still clear majorities see inflation as a big problem in their lives.
A little context on Michigan. Joe Biden won that state, beat Donald Trump in 20 by 154,000 votes. It was really close in 20s. I mean, that is pretty close. In 2016, Donald Trump won Michigan by just under 11,000 votes. Eli, can you speak to not only the close nature of what's happening here in Michigan, but how important that state will be among the 7 we're watching to decide the next president?
It'll be very important, and I think that what happens in Michigan is going to be reflective of some of these other states, such as like Wisconsin, up in the same area. All of these states were really close, and all of these states' margins are going to matter a lot. I think that's why you've seen the president and his campaign so concerned about some of these third-party contenders in the wings. The good news for him on the third-party contenders at this point, still, as we've seen in the previous surveys, is they're not yet pulling any more support from Biden than they are from Donald Trump. But you know, Michigan stands out as one of those states that has a clear labor union population. That these are working class voters that he needs across the country to come out and support his campaign. And right now, they're just not there in the numbers that he needs them to be.
It's interesting when looking at this polling across all 7 of these swing states. Obviously, we know the economy is problematic for Biden. It has been consistently, voters by and large in these swing states trust Donald Trump's handling of the economy more so than Biden's. What's interesting, though, is also swing state voters had a more favorable view of their own local economies than of the national economy as a whole. Eli, is that telling in some way? Does that suggest that maybe it's not as bad for Biden as maybe it looks at the top line level?
I think one of the other things we saw in the survey was that a lot of folks are worried about jobs. I think that's whenever you think about your local economy, you're like, where can I go to work? Inflation is clearly a macroeconomic problem, and it looks like the American people are smart enough to realize that it's a national issue, that the economy is a bigger problem nationwide. Maybe we'll watch this as we move forward. I think we're going to continue asking that. Maybe that'll start translating upward. But, I think the American people are blaming Joe Biden for the state of the national economy. They're not blaming their mayor for inflation and the cost of milk, right? This is something that is a national problem that lands on the president's shoulders.
I'll tell you, I wonder your thoughts on timing. Eli, we hear in one ear, that's a year out, don't pay attention to these polls. We also hear that state polls are critical at this point because the national polls don't paint the picture. I guess what I'm getting at is not just what should we take seriously, because obviously we're invested in this here at Bloomberg News and Morning Consult, but how much time does Joe Biden have to right the ship?
Well, first of all, they do pay attention to these polls because you see the White House talking about polls every single day.
Yeah.
The other thing, the national polls, even a lot of the same trends we're seeing in the swing states are being reflected at the national level, be it Joe Biden's base issues, especially these concerns among Black and young voters. If the American people traditionally start tuning into the campaigns, we get closer to it. Once we get past the Republican primary, there is an official Republican nominee. That's a pretty good moment when this stuff solidifies. But at this point in the campaign, the Joe Biden campaign has all the time in the world to paint, to try to rebuild the president's image. That was one of the greatest things the greatest assets he had in the 2020 campaign was the fact that people just liked the guy. They might have thought he was too old, they might have had other issues with him, but they liked him. And it was perhaps a comparison to the incumbent at the Oval Office at the time. This is a moment where the Biden campaign could be spending time trying to rebuild the president's image. The problem is going to a Maryland NIH facility is not going to break through the American people when you want to talk about drug prices. Yeah. That's going to take a concerted effort from his campaign, from his allies spending money on TV in these key states to try to rebuild the president's reputation.
Well, the incumbent president has some reputation problems. The former president does as well. As we've seen consistently in polling, there is a large chunk of the American electorate who would like neither of them to be the nominees for the Democratic and Republican Party. And something else I wanted to mention from this poll, Eli, 13% of swing state voters said they were very likely to consider supporting a candidate from a new political party. What about that factor?
Yeah, I think that figure is pretty close to the level of support we're seeing for the various third-party contenders we've named in these surveys at the state level. At this point, both President Biden and former President Trump stand to lose about the same with those candidates' names thrown into the mix. I'm not sure that at this point they're having a huge impact. But you mentioned Michigan, you mentioned these close margins. That's something that surveys like this aren't going to be able to pick up as a few thousand votes here and there that could decide this thing. One thing that I noticed going through some of the numbers is just the fact that Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s popularity has been improving among swing state voters as they get to know who he is. That's something that I think both Trump's campaign and Biden's campaign are going to be keeping a close eye on as we move forward in this race, if they get ballot access.
The conventional wisdom is that RFK Jr. would take votes away from Donald Trump. Cornel West, Jill Stein take votes away from Joe Biden. Is that right? Eli, do they cancel each other out?
It looks like they're canceling each other out at this point. The only caveat that I would add, though, is like a few votes here and there could shake the whole thing.
We've certainly seen that in a lot of these states. Kaylee, if this came down to 10,000 votes in Michigan the way it did in 2016, this poll is something we're going to look back at.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we'll continue to do this polling, and we'll keep talking to Eli about
this. Is monthly, Eli, through the cycle, right?
Can't wait. Yep, absolutely. Strap in.
Appreciate your coming to see us. Yeah, we're fastening our chin straps, as always, with Eli Oakley from Morning Consult, our partners here at the Bloomberg News Swing State Poll Headquarters. That would be Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew, alongside Kaylee Lyons. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about on Capitol Hill.
Yep.
As we started this hour, the Senate might actually hang around for a minute. The House looks like they're making tracks. We don't have a deal on the border either way, though. We should take a look at what has not been handled as we wrap up this session.
Yeah, multiple senators saying now they're coming back Monday.
Amazing. Mike Dorning will be at the table next. Mark Niquette on the trail next, too. This is Bloomberg.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow continues to push higher. S&P back in the green for now. NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index are both trading lower. Right to the numbers. S&P up 4 at 47.11. A gain there of 0.1%. The Dow doing a little bit better, up 0.2%. In record territory, the Dow now higher by 73 points. The NASDAQ Composite Index is down 15 points now, a drop there of 0.1%, while the NASDAQ 100 Index is down 61 points, a drop now of just about 0.4%. The rally in stocks, driven by the Fed's dovish tilt yesterday and bets on a soft landing, fizzled out on speculation that the market may have run too far too fast. 10-year yield 3.93% with the 2-year, 4.37%. Spot gold up $5.50 the ounce at $2,033. Gold up 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.3%, 71.74 for a barrel of WTI. Billionaire activist investor Nelson Peltz has nominated 2 directors to the board of the Walt Disney Company, including the media and entertainment giant's former chief financial officer. Shares of the Walt Disney Company are advancing now by 1%. Recapping, stocks are mixed. S&P and the Dow both higher. S&P up 5, up 0.1%. NASDAQ right now is down 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
Well, Kaylee was onto something, because it looks like we're back in business on Monday. This whole narrative has changed over the past couple of hours, certainly the last day, as we thought everybody was going home. But Kaylee, the House is leaving town without a deal on the border.
Yep.
The Senate's coming back, because that's where the border is being negotiated.
Yeah. The Senate, of course, we know the players familiar here. Senator Chris Murphy on the Democratic side, James Langford on the Republican side. Senator Murphy just told Bloomberg reporters, I'm going to stay in town until we get something done. Let's keep working. The thing about it, Joe, is that's great for them. And if they get something done, super. But if the House is gone, you're still not getting it over the finish line.
I mean, they could be called back, but are we really doing that the week before Christmas?
Yeah.
I don't know. Chris Murphy did speak as well about how the White House might actually be shaking the tree a little bit in a good way here to create some progress now that the administration is involved. Here's the senator from Connecticut.
We made progress yesterday. We made progress today. So it's really helpful to have the White House and DHS in the room. We're not there yet, but we continue to head in the right direction.
Heading in the right direction, Joe, and they're going to try to keep heading in that direction as they gear up for a longer session.
I guess. We'll be talking over the weekend. You see Kirsten Sinema jumped into this group now, too.
Yeah, she did. Of course, the border, very important to her specifically.
Been her issue.
You know who just published the story?
Yeah, I think we just stressed him out probably.
This is news.
Working.
You get the story out, you run to the radio set to join me and Joe to
exactly
talk about it. Our deputy congressional team leader, Mike Dorning, is here with us now. So, Mike, this is
well done, sir.
Literally
Press the button and ran.
This is the newest thing we've got. They're coming back Monday, so they have more time to do a deal. But does that necessarily mean the deal's getting easier, that things are progressing?
It means that they have a realistic shot at a potential deal. It doesn't mean for sure they'll have a deal, but there's a lot of political logic to reaching a deal here. On the Biden side, immigration is a big problem for him politically. There's problems with his own progressive coalition if he reaches a deal, but there's a lot of discontent about the level of undocumented immigrants coming across the border, across the country. It's, depending on the poll, the second or third most important issue to voters. So there's a logic to making a deal here, and the Republican senators, unlike the Republican House members, really seem to want to get the Ukraine aid done. So from their standpoint, getting a deal here shows they're strong on immigration, and it pushes along the Ukraine aid. So they're the most likely people to reach a deal, and then that sort of kicks it over to the House.
It's interesting. You could look at this either way. That the need for funding for Ukraine is pushing them to the finish line on the border. President Zelensky here this week creates some urgency. You could also look at it the other way, that it's at last the border coming to grips with this issue that will then unlock other opportunities. What's the priority for Democrats and Republicans? Is it as stark as people believe? One side wants Ukraine, the other side wants the border. Is it more nuanced?
It's more nuanced because I was seeing on one of the shows that you host, Joe, that Senator Durbin in recently telling Bloomberg that he felt like there was some urgency to do something here. So there's Democratic lawmakers who represent cities across the country that are feeling burdened financially by the influx of migrants, and they're hearing from their constituents that they would like something done. Now, those Democratic senators don't necessarily believe in the kind of hardline demands that some Republicans have. They don't want to go as far as them, but that's why they're having the negotiation.
Well, and I feel like we need to make a distinction between what Republicans we are talking about, because Republicans in the Senate may be willing and able to go for one thing. Republicans in the House maybe not so much. Is there any real guarantee that whatever deal the White House and the Senate are able to reach, and that can be bipartisan in the Senate, is going to make it through the House when what they want is H.R. 2?
Well, there's no guarantee that it'll make it through the House, even if the White House and the Senate and the Republicans in the Senate all agree on something and pass it. However, it will put a lot more pressure on the House to pass that then, because you have Republican senators backing it, and then you have an actual Ukraine deal. There is enough support in the House when you put Democrats and moderate Republicans together to get a Ukraine bill through the House. So there will be a large portion within the House of lawmakers that want to see this passed.
Have we considered the extent to which this now formal impeachment inquiry is going to interrupt progress here, not because we can't walk and chew gum at the same time, but because of the vitriol and the lack of trust that it's likely to spawn?
I may have a minority view on that, but I think there's a lot of vitriol already, and I don't think that it's going to have much impact on getting things done. The hearings are likely, if they have hearings on this, Chairman Jordan was saying that he expected that they might happen in February. That timeline puts them after the sort of key moments on a Ukraine border deal, and it puts it after some of the initial need to get past a government shutdown deadline. What it does do is put it front and center in the presidential campaign when Donald Trump will be running as the front runner for the Republican Party, has to deal with criminal trials potentially damaging his campaign. Then you'll be having these impeachment hearings where Biden will be, there'll be evidence that is critical of President Biden coming out at the same time in these impeachment hearings. So I think that's more the goal of this, and that's when these are more likely to ratchet up the vitriol.
A friendlier timeline. Can you imagine, though, Kaylee, what Joe Biden's going to be thinking and how he's going to act when he sees his brother? Never mind his son.
Well, I was going to say, this doesn't just pertain to the president, but to members of the president's family. And we definitely saw that on display on the Hill yesterday. Hunter Biden was there. They wanted him behind closed doors. He refused, said he will testify publicly. Now Jim Jordan and James Comer have said they are going to, of course, the chairs of the House Judiciary and Oversight Committees have said they're going to pursue contempt of Congress proceedings. What exactly does that mean for Hunter Biden? What does it mean for this inquiry? How does this move forward?
Well, I think it's going to be very difficult for President Biden. You're talking about not only is Hunter Biden his son, but he's the only surviving person from that car crash that was so formulative of President Biden's emotional outlook. His wife and his children were in a car crash, and they're the only two survivors of that car crash were his son Beau Biden, who has since died from cancer, and Hunter. So there's an especial emotional bond here with Hunter Biden, and now he's caught up in this on top of his struggles with addiction. It's embarrassing, but it's also wrenching emotionally for President Biden, and he'll be going through that as he goes through the campaign.
It's such important context that I don't think we hear about enough. Nick Ackerman, the former Watergate prosecutor, was with us last hour. He said this contempt idea is a joke because he showed up. I realize it's the difference between public testimony and closed-door testimony, but how's that going to hold up in court? He was there.
I don't know I can't speak to the legal aspects of this, but as it makes it harder from a political standpoint to really press that case of contempt against Hunter Biden when he's offering to testify publicly.
On video at the Capitol.
Yeah, it does. It weakens their political case, and it makes it easier for the Justice Department to say, hey, this is something we're not going to prosecute, or we're going to delay prosecuting. Nonetheless, if these House hearings are focusing unfavorable, damaging attention on Hunter Biden, it also makes it harder for it will make it harder for Hunter Biden to prevail in these criminal cases or make a deal on those.
Yeah, he's got the DOJ on the one hand and Congress on the other.
I'd be worried about one more than the other, wouldn't you? A lot of talk about contempt in Congress doesn't seem to ever really lead.
Often not. Sometimes. But.
Thanks for coming by. You probably have to go blow the smoke off your computer.
Do some more typing.
Yeah, that part I believe. Thank you for great reporting as ever. Find the story we're talking about that Mike just finished on the terminal. They're coming back on Monday. The Senate extends the term. Who knows? Maybe there'll be progress to show for it. Let's bring you up to date on world and national news now. Nancy Lyons joins from Bloomberg 99.1 Newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is in Israel conferring with leaders there about the ongoing war on Hamas. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby on Sullivan's discussions.
He did talk about possible transitioning from what we call high-intensity operations, which is what we're seeing them do now, to lower-intensity operations sometime, in the near future. But I don't want to put a timestamp on it. I think you can understand it. Telegraph to Hamas what they're likely to face in coming weeks and months.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby. Ahead of today's meetings, Israel's defense minister signaled the war would last more than several months, even as the international community urges a ceasefire. More signs of trouble for the Biden campaign in the latest Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll that shows the president now trailing former President Donald Trump in all 7 of the swing states we've been tracking this cycle. Bloomberg Washington correspondent Anne-Marie Hordern.
Biden is losing support from these groups that he has to win. We're talking about Black Americans, young Americans, and women voters. So what you're going to see, though, is potentially, the fact that Biden could build on this. It's about bringing back in the people who voted for him in 2020. So it does look very good for the former president.
Again, that's Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Find the perfect gift and give the perfect gift. From the newest smartphones and wearables to gaming tablets and more. Give the magic of tech and make their wishes come true. Discover gifts with unlimited possibilities and find gift-giving joy at Best Buy. Visit us in store and online at bestbuy.ca.
3%, the 2-year 4.39%, the Dow higher, 65 points higher, up by 0.2%. We do have the Dow trading at a record, S&P up 4 to 4711. That is a gain of 0.1%, but a retreat right now for both NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index. NASDAQ is down 7, a decline there of less than 0.1%, while the NASDAQ 100 index is down 55, a drop there of 0.3%. The rally in stocks driven by the Fed's dovish tilt yesterday and bets on a soft economic landing lost steam on speculation that the market may have gone too far too fast. In the meantime, Kristen Bitterly is head of investment solutions at Citigroup Global Markets. She's analyzing yesterday's Fed decision.
Really, I think you have to break down some of the things that he said that were pretty definitive. So the idea that the Fed is done raising rates for now, the fact that this is the first time that he really gave a nod to the trajectory of inflation and the fact that it is easing. And the last part was he was very dovish in his messaging. So even when given the ability to almost acknowledge some of the loosening of financial conditions that we've seen over the past several weeks, he actually didn't bite at that apple at all.
And you can hear more of the conversation on the Talks podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Spot gold up $4.50 the ounce to $2,032, up now by about 0.2%. While the price of oil, crude, West Texas Intermediate now up 3%, $71.52 a barrel. Job cuts at Cruise, that is the autonomous vehicle unit majority owned by GM. It is cutting 24% of its workforce, extending a sweeping overhaul of the business after dismissing 9 top executives. Shares of General Motors, they're up now by 6.3%. Again, recapping, stocks are trading mixed. The Dow, the S&P, they're both higher. NASDAQ lower, little changed on NASDAQ, down about 0.1%. S&P up by 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
When we all come back from the holidays, it'll be just, 2 weeks till the Iowa caucuses, right? So you look at this poll today, they're within the margin of error, although we're clearly looking at momentum deteriorating or slowing for Joe Biden here. Donald Trump on the rise, specifically in the state of Michigan in this latest poll out today. So 2 weeks, you come out of the New Year's holiday, people start paying attention, presumably in Iowa where they're going to be caucusing, and you wonder what these campaigns are going to look like.
Maybe they'll ramp things up. Bloomberg has reporting today, our very wonderful Nancy Cook, suggesting that the Trump camp is ready to go full steam ahead in those first 2 weeks of January, dump a lot of resources into Iowa, maybe just try to cement this thing as he still far and away is the front runner, even if there is some momentum for the likes of Nikki Haley.
So we get ready for the Trump Iowa blitz, as Nancy puts it, on the terminal to vanquish his rivals and bring Mark Niquette into the conversation. A Bloomberg national politics reporter. It's been a while, Mark. Great to see you back in Washington. We try to pull you in here every time you're in the Capitol, and you've spent a lot of time at Trump rallies. In some cases, like a caged animal, which is what they do with reporters at these things. Is this really all it takes? Ron DeSantis went to every 99 counties in Iowa and has so little to show for it, where Donald Trump's going to show up in the last 2 weeks and own the caucuses? Is that what happens here? What's the lesson for a guy like Ron DeSantis?
This has been the story of this primary, that it doesn't really matter what Ron DeSantis or anybody else does, or frankly, what Trump does. He just does not lose steam. In fact, the Des Moines Register poll came out this week, showed him above 50%. So presumably, he's got the caucuses locked up. If you pull all the other votes together, they still don't beat Trump.
Well, in the conversation we were having, say, 6 months ago was, sure, Donald Trump can easily win the Republican primary. The general election, though, very different story. Now it feels like we're talking about a general election, and we're looking at polling, like our morning consult Bloomberg poll that came out today, that suggests, in fact, no, he probably could realistically win a general if what we're looking at is the key swing states that may ultimately decide who gets the presidency.
Right.
So he really has nothing to worry about here at this point, right? I mean, he's just kind of cruising.
Presumably, unless something unexpected happens that somehow he does not do as well as the polls suggest in Iowa. I think everybody was sort of looking to Iowa to see if there was any kind of chink in Trump's armor, because you're right. The expectation was if Donald Trump wins Iowa and pretty decisively, it means he's probably going to win North Carolina pretty decisively, and then it's for all intents and purposes over. You just can't see somebody else emerging after that.
This could go awfully quick. Our reporting says that this will kick off the Trump Blitz in Iowa, kick off in the next week with stops planned in the cities of Council Bluffs and Cedar Rapids. It will accelerate in those 2 weeks I mentioned into the new year. The king of free media or earned media, right? Does you just line up a bunch of rallies and buy no ads? Do you have a sense of what else this Blitz might bring?
Yeah, I think it's going to be mostly appearances.
Yeah.
There was some talk of having a bus or some kind of vehicle to get some more attention.
Is he just a Trump bus tour, right? We have like a gilded bus
you
going
can't
down
imagine Trump on a bus,
No,
though,
sir.
right?
No.
But the reality has been he hasn't had that many campaign events in Iowa. I mean, to your point, compared to Ron DeSantis, who's been to all 99 counties, I mean, Trump has had relatively few events in Iowa and New Hampshire, and he'll ramp it up at the beginning of the year, but it'll be sort of a departure from what he's been doing the last few months.
Donald Trump might not run around on a bus with a big picture of his face on it, but Trump supporters might. I mean, when I was in Miami, when he was being arraigned at the federal courthouse because of one of the many criminal trials he's about to face, there were people who had Trump pasted on their cars, on their trucks, flags, shirts, which just kind of is a reminder of this core base of support that has never really gone away. So even if someone like Nikki Haley were to do well enough in Iowa, potentially could do something, pull something off miraculous in New Hampshire, does it even matter if that base will not stray from him?
Right, and all along we've been trying to figure out and watching to see in these actual voting elections what the size of that core Trump constituency is. Because you're right, presumably it's a number out there of folks who are just dedicated to Donald Trump. Does not matter what happens, they're going to vote for him. They're not even going to consider anybody else. But the question was, how high is that number? Is it 35%? Is it 40%? Is it 50%? And the closer it gets to 50%, obviously, the less it matters for whatever anybody else does.
A lot of this is going to ride on the economy, of course, for Joe Biden. And the picture is actually pretty good right now. You've got the market at an all-time high. And we remember what Donald Trump was saying. This is, I think, back in 2019. It's been retweeted a few times. There's always a tweet, as they say. I think Aaron Rupert put that up on Twitter, where he said, how could they be impeaching me when the stock market's at an all-time high? How come that doesn't help Joe Biden? It's 37,000. Nobody mentions.
Yeah, that's the other enduring question about this campaign so far, and that is, why doesn't Biden get any credit for? It's not only the economy, improving. Our polling shows, overwhelmingly voters think the economy is still going in the wrong direction, even if the economic indicators suggest it is. Biden passed this sweeping infrastructure bill, CHIPS Act, all this investments going on in the economy, and he's not getting hardly any credit for it.
Well, he went to the picket lines, joined the UAW, calls himself the most labor-friendly president in American history, and still is struggling to get the support of union members. In Michigan, he's trying to relieve student loan debt. Still, our polling suggests that Gen Z doesn't think he's doing enough on student loans. What, if anything, is actually working for him with who is supposed to be his core demographic of electors?
At this point, not a lot. And I think this is the big concern for Democrats because, to your point, you look at all these constituencies, he's not doing well in any of them. In fact, he's starting to lose support in really core constituencies that he needs, like young people. Our poll that came out this week showed that he's lost significant support among young people, particularly in a state like Michigan, where he needs a good vote from young folks to get get the statewide vote. So I think it would be troubling for Democrats that they're not seeing movement sort of in any constituencies that they need.
Suburban women, too, black voters. I mean, kind of anywhere you look, Joe, you're starting to see a little deterioration.
Big time. And when you look at the cause and effect here, or the however, suburban women after Roe v. Wade, after what we saw in the midterms and the specials, union workers after becoming the first president, to your point, to walk the picket line, it does make you wonder. Although I have to admit, Mark, I think we all overplay impact that a president can have on the stock market, right? Maybe they shouldn't get a lot of credit for an all-time high.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you remember Donald Trump, he would take credit anytime the stock market hit a high point, but you never got a tweet when the market fell, right? Because that was never his fault.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to change either. It's nice to see it. Happy holidays to you. Come back and see us in the new year. Mark Niquette with us. Politics and government reporter at Bloomberg here in the nation's capital. I'm Joe Matthew, alongside Kaylee Lyons. With more to talk about here, we were wondering actually if Michael McKee was going to be able to get back to New York following his reporting here in Washington. Kaylee, I was talking to him in the lobby. This is how I found about this. It's like, all news is local.
Yeah.
And he was pleased that, I guess he got on an airplane because there's been a bull on the tracks.
Yes, quite literally.
Yeah, that's not a euphemism.
No, a bull on the tracks.
In Newark Station?
Correct.
Okay, so here's the good news here is that they have found the bull. But this thing was walking around for a long time, and that's like a repeating bull. Yeah, that's what it sounded like in Newark today. Begging many questions like, well, where did it come from? Are there a lot of bulls in Newark?
Right.
How did they get it? And apparently we have answers to all of these questions now.
Skylar Woodhouse does, at least, because I still have a lot of questions. She's joining us
Skylar,
now.
how did you get this assignment, first of all? Was this like a jump ball, or did someone in the newsroom say, Skylar, this is the story that you've been waiting for?
I think it was funny. I think at first everyone was like, is this real? Is this AI? Like what's going on? Because that's where our heads go these days.
Yeah.
But then they were like, okay, we should probably do something. So here I am writing about a bull.
Wow.
Well, of course, because you cover transports, and
Exactly.
you've probably talked about a lot of issues that New Jersey Transit has had recently and over the course of many years, but this is kind of a new one. So where did it come from?
That's a great question, and there's still no real answer as to where it came from. There's a lot of kind of
I thought we
conspiracy.
had an answer.
Sadly, no. Sorry to
wow.
disappoint. There's
All
a lot of conspiracies kind of going around. Is there like possibly a local, I don't know, farm nearby? I mean,
In Newark, New Jersey.
In Newark, New Jersey. I mean, when you think
big
of the
farming
New York metro area, anything is possible.
Well, it's the Garden State.
So anything can happen. So there's lots of
we got
conspiracies to
pictures
where
of
it
this
came
thing?
from. Yeah.
Look at
Well,
this.
it's on.
They're driving him down the road.
He's on the way to a sanctuary, right?
Yes.
We don't know where he came from, but in theory, we know where he's going.
We know where he's going, somewhere safe, not on the tracks.
A sanctuary.
Yeah.
I'm so look there. I had heard reports that it escaped a slaughterhouse. I thought you were going to spin poetry from the slaughterhouse to the sanctuary, an act of self-rescue.
There's a lot of confusion a little bit to where it came from, because even I saw some reports, and all of this is not confirmed, but there was at Madison Square Garden in Manhattan, they're having some sort of rodeo. So some people were like, are they keeping the bulls in New Jersey? Like, what's going
Tell
on
me
here?
it ran across the bridge
So
or through the
there's
tunnel.
like kind of a lot.
Yeah, Lincoln Tunnel. We got a bull blocking the right lane. This is amazing stuff. I just love. I don't know where we got the tape there. So they did like an OJ. They followed him on the highway in the white trailer. Are we
I mean, this
serious?
is probably leading the local news in
Oh,
New York
100%.
tonight, right? I
There
mean,
it is.
because this is commute disruptive.
Exactly.
In commutes that people already have issues with every day, because we know the infrastructure of New Jersey Transit sometimes isn't the best and often has issues completely unrelated to livestock.
Exactly. And if you're one, taking New Jersey Transit every day, you're probably not expecting the bull to be the reason why you might be showing up to work late.
Yeah, people are driving alongside him without realizing it here. So that's all we got. We need to do more reporting. It sounds like there could be maybe an enterprise investigation you could spend several months on to find out.
Oh
where
yeah,
this
if
bull
Bloomberg would allow me, I love to dive
Absolutely.
deep into where this bull came
I'll
from.
just
There's
be
a data
here
component here,
Googling Newark, New Jersey slaughterhouses and farms, trying to see
There are
if
a
I can
couple of them?
geolocate something.
All right, here's the thing, though. I want proof of the sanctuary. I want real-time proof. I want to see a newspaper in front of that bull, because I think that truck was going to Peter Luger's, and they're just trying to make us feel good.
Okay, I'm taking
just going to
notes.
throw
I'll
that down.
get back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Prime USDA. Thank you for putting up with us, Skylar. This was your debut here on Sound On, I believe, and I apologize for that. But great reporting. This was
It's
excellent.
amazing.
Learned a lot.
She's going to be, I can't wait till they make a documentary about this. The bull
This
that
will be
got
the
on the
moment.
track.
This will be the
They'll
moment
talk to
that's in the
I'm sure
Skylar.
there'll be a
trailer.
lot of memes later today.
Yeah, for sure. Could we make this a regular segment, James? I think as long as we need to know. Poor Nancy Lyons is waiting for us. Skylar, thank you. Find her reporting on the terminal and online. Let's get world and national news. Maybe there'll even be something about a bull. Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Hey, Joe. No, but some of the train passengers were wondering if it was a PR stunt of some kind. Anyway, well, President Biden is at the National Institutes of Health outside of Washington to talk about lowering prescription drug prices. Earlier today, the administration announced drug companies that raised the price of 48 prescription medications used by more than 750,000 seniors would be forced to pay rebates to Medicare in the first quarter of next year. The administration says the price hikes that they implemented violate terms of the Inflation Reduction Act. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is in Israel today, speaking with high-level officials there about the military campaign against Hamas. The State Department's Matthew Miller refused to go into specifics, though, about the strategies that are being discussed.
We have these conversations with our Israeli counterparts at a range of different levels and talk with them about steps we think they can take to minimize civilian harm. We've seen them take some of those steps. There are always things that we think that they can do better, and we'll continue to engage in conversations with them to that effect.
Miller says the U.S. continues to press for another pause to allow more hostages to be freed. Russian President Vladimir Putin is back to holding his marathon end-of-the-year news conference for the first time since the invasion of Ukraine. Bloomberg's Greg Sullivan was monitoring from Warsaw and says the issue of detained Americans did come up.
We heard about a potential prisoner swap for detained Americans, Evan Gershkovich, who's a journalist with the Wall Street Journal, and Paul Whelan, a former Marine veteran. Putin said that he was seeking an acceptable deal for his side. So very interesting, especially since a court this morning in Moscow ruled against releasing Gershkovich early.
Bloomberg's Greg Sullivan reports the war in Ukraine also came up early at the news conference. Putin says the war will continue until Russia achieves, quote, denazification, demilitarization of Ukraine and its neutral status. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Joe and Kaylee.
All right, Nancy, thank you. As we make our way into the throes here, we've got important stuff to talk about. We talked about the bowl.
What can follow the bowl?
Well, they came out with this is something that I've been looking forward to talking. We had the word of the year from Webster's. We had the word of the year from Oxford. Now we have the top search of the year. Did you see this today? Google Trends. Out with the top search of the year, and Joe Biden is not going to want to hear it. It's not where's Hunter. It's why are eggs so expensive?
Really?
In every state in the country, this was the question that people were asking. In all 50 states and D.C., eggs topped its rankings. Having peaked in January at almost $5 a dozen, we're now just over $2 a dozen, Kaylee, according to the CPI that just came out. But Bloomberg is now reporting, we've got this story in the terminal, get ready for $5 eggs again. A bird flu outbreak hit Cal-Maine Foods in Kansas.
Oh, wow.
They have 684,000 egg-laying hens, and they are potentially now sick.
Well, and here's the thing, Joe. What's the President of the United States supposed to do about a bird flu? But people are going to go to the grocery store.
Yeah.
See the price of eggs.
Go back to Google, and they'll write, where's Hunter?
Well, maybe.
Now, as this is unfolding, the question about milk and how whole milk should be used and whether students in public schools should receive whole milk has been the basis of a monster debate, including chocolate milk on Capitol Hill. Virginia Fox, the congresswoman, says, what about Santa?
The nutrients in whole milk, like protein, calcium, and vitamin D, provide the fuel Santa needs to travel the whole globe in one night. Whole milk is the unsung hero of his Christmas journey. Protein helps build and repair Santa's muscles. Hoisting heavy sacks of gifts up and down the chimney is no
So
easy
that's the
task.
workout regime. Yes.
No easy task.
No easy task.
Who wants to tell her? So we're basing the milk program for kids on the fact that it gets Santa through the night.
Santa's got milk.
It is pretty remarkable how quickly he does that job. Virginia Fox.
If whole milk is a good option to fuel Santa's extraordinary Christmas Eve journey, then why isn't it an option for American school children in their lunchrooms?
It's like a war on Christmas in reverse. I'm sorry I did this to you. I didn't tell Kaylee I was going to go here. Yeah, that's right. She said Santa's muscles, Brendan. I don't know what to do with that.
It's a heavy sack.
Maybe it's good the house is going
Full
home.
of presents.
Bloomberg Business Week starts right now.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a good afternoon, everyone. Happy Thursday, live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We're streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. It's Thursday, December 14th, 2023. I'm Tim Stenevec, along with my co-host, Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Grafeo, in for Carol Masser this afternoon. Well, the rally in stocks that was driven by the Fed's dovish tilt and then bets on a soft landing kind of fizzled out earlier this afternoon. This after some pretty furious buying this morning. The 10-year yield, though, is below 4%, down from 5% in October. And, this morning's readings on retail sales and jobless claims, well, that reinforced the soft landing narrative. Emily, you've had about 24 hours to kind of digest what we heard from Fed Chair Jay Powell. You thought it was going to be boring.
That's right.
It was not boring.
I was very wrong, and I was pleasantly surprised because
She
then I
admitted
had
she
something
was
to write
wrong.
about.
That's good. I appreciate that. It was good.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty incredible to see the rally and just to see how many people thought that it was going to be boring and now have been piling into stocks. It is fading a little bit, though, the rally that we saw in the S&P 500 earlier today.
Well, we've got a great roundtable on equities and fixed income coming up in just a few minutes. Abigail Doolittle and Michael McKenzie are standing by. We're going to go to them in a few minutes for all the details in the equity and fixed income markets. Also, today's big take and a most read on the Bloomberg terminal, it's about the crisis that small private colleges are facing in the wake of a massive shift in demographics. Here's a little bit of a hint. More college closures are coming. And we're going to be speaking to the CEO of the Nuclear Energy Institute. It's the Nuclear Energy Trade Association. She's going to join us to make her case for going nuclear on climate change. Yeah, should be good. Hey, this is a good one in the magazine. It's the cover story. Who knew energy trading could leave you at the edge of your seat? It's a gripping tale of how energy traders left a country out in the cold. It's the cover of the new issue of Bloomberg Business Week. It's on newsstands now. Also, the latest Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll. Emily, it's more bad news for President Biden. We're going to explain a little later in the program about those exclusive results. This one has to do with student loan debt. Well, a quick check of the markets. The Dow Jones Industrial Average higher by 0.3%. The S&P 500 up close to 0.2% right now. The NASDAQ Composite up just fractionally, 7 basis points as we speak. Don't go anywhere, though. We got a great program.